Hello, hello, my friends. How are we tonight? How's everybody doing? Make sure my audio levels are okay, as per usual. Looks like I should be okay, but you never know with these kinds of things. Haven't been able to be in the booth too much since we last streamed on Wednesday, so theoretically nothing's been touched. I always play around with the music in the background. I like it going while that timer's happening at the beginning, so that way there is something occurring that isn't just, blatant silence. But hello, hello. Glad to see y'all here. I hope everything's going well. It is another Monday. It's been a while since we last saw each other. Our last stream was Wednesday for our first round of voice acting coaching, which, if I do say so myself, I think went excellent. That episode will be up on Wednesday, so we're gonna have the same process for those episodes that we do for voicing artist original characters, which we're going to be doing today. Those episodes always come out a week after we record them live, so that'll happen the same thing with the coaching. It'll come out Wednesdays, the week after we record them. The one for today, for voicing artist original characters, is a little behind. It's my editor's last episode, Mordecus. He's been lovely helping me out, free of charge, editing the voicing artist original character streams down into nice episodes. So that one will probably be out tomorrow. But we'll put a big thank you out there to Mordecus for finishing it up and all the help he's been so far. And then from here on out, I'll try my best to get those going. And then they'll be sort of in sequence with our voice acting coaching every Wednesday. Now, I'm hoping to also get something started up on Fridays, but there's no solidified plan for that as well. I do agree with y'all, though, that I think, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, not streaming is way too long. Because I was I had a lot of things to do, right? Because we're doing all the short form content and stuff. But at the same time, chatting with you all and being live with you all is one of my favorite things. And so it was sad to wake up for 4 days in a row and be like, I don't get to talk to anyone. So I want to get something started on Fridays or Saturdays. I know a lot of people find that the weekends are usually better for them. So I'm happy to, instead of doing Fridays, doing Saturday streams. Theoretically, we could do a Sunday stream, but I want to try avoid putting them back to back, because with the type of content that I do, I want to be able to preserve my voice and make sure I'm not straining it and things like that. So either Friday or Saturday. Could be at our normal time at 9 p.m. my time. It could be earlier, it could be later, whatever folks are chill with. I am still leaning towards doing some sort of actual play or TTRPG, or something of that nature, because role play is a part of the acting endeavor. So I don't know if it will be join me in building a D&D campaign or creating NPCs or creating characters, or if it will be actually live streaming a campaign. I'm not really sure. I do know that if I end up doing a campaign, I want it to be an acting cast, because I would want it to be more on the professional end rather than the friends sit around of a table end. So I would be putting out casting calls, I'd be hiring actors or at least experienced role players, if not actors. And sort of dressing in costumes, having nice setups. Wouldn't necessarily be in person, probably still would be digital, but it would be something where I would want people who have a little bit of experience either in the TTRPG roleplay world or in the acting world. So I'm considering that, but I would pay people too, so I would have to be able to get the funds for those. So it's one of those things that I'm considering, especially because this Sunday I finally get to go back to recording for an actual play that I'm a member in, and I'm so beyond excited. It's my first one ever. We recorded the first episode, I think 2 or so weeks ago, and then because of folks' schedules, we weren't able to record the second episode until this coming Sunday. So literally, I know it's Monday and I know I have a full week to wait, but my whole being is is it Sunday yet? Because every part of me wants to don the costume and go into roleplay mode and get to act for 4 hours straight. I even wish it was longer. This is my whole energy. I am an entertainer. I am an actor. I wish I could do this 24/7 all day long. And it's not an exaggeration. Like, I know people think I'm exaggerating. I am not. So I'm very excited for Sunday to return. It's Candela Obscura campaign. So if you don't know what that is, it's like a horror TTRPG. If you know D&D, I wouldn't necessarily say it's similar, but it's like it's similar to like Blades in the Dark. So it's strictly narrative focused. There's like dice rolling and stuff. So don't get me wrong, there are consequences, there are dice rolls, but there's no stats, there's no combat unless it's narrative. And also it's one of those things where I would argue, now you can make any game that you're playing have hard stakes, but for Candela Obscura, the consequences, if you want to play it this way, are really, really devastating, because you only have a 6-sided die, and if you roll a 3 or below, you fail whatever you were trying to do, and you have to take the consequences of that action. So even though you're not dealing with like hit points, you're not dealing with stats and things like that, arguably it is more dangerous to play in a game that is strictly narrative focused like Candela Obscura, and more likely for things to go wrong than it is for like D&D, which personally I love because I'm not super big on combat. I prefer to do a whole narrative based thing when I can, so I'm loving Candela. And for character-wise, it's really good for me because unlike a lot of folks, since I take actual plays and I take TTRPGs and role-playing as an acting endeavor, since the actor in me comes out since I love it so much, I am fully 100% okay and actually even kind of want my characters to be put in mortal danger, to have to deal with consequences, to die at the ends of campaigns or the middle of campaigns. All of that are things that I want. So I don't know that it's good for I know it's not good for a lot of tables, which is why I have trouble finding DMs and other people to join me in games. Because finding groups that are willing to play like that, let alone willing to play like that on a stream or being recorded, is really, really difficult. Because rightfully so, most people just play to have fun, right? They don't want their character killed. They want to have a fun, enjoyable time with the people at their table. And I support them and I agree with them. It's just me personally, it's a performance for me and it's an acting thing. And as an actor, I want my character to do something stupid and reckless and to have a horrible dice roll. Like if I get a great dice roll, awesome. But if I get a shitty dice roll and I was trying to it was me versus them, one of us lives, one of us dies, you better as the GM go, no motherfucker, you rolled a 1, you are dead, go write a new character. That's what I want. And I don't know. I know that that's hard for groups and tables, but I love it. And personally, I would love to find somebody who's willing to run a table like that. Not every player has to be right? Like, that's not good for every player. But especially for a GM who not just is willing to run a table like that, but it feels like they can handle it. Because I will say, when you play characters like that, when I play characters like that, it can be really difficult from a GM's perspective to handle people who play like that. So I fully respect that a lot of DMs are not my vibe. And that's totally cool. I would never jump on a table that doesn't want that. I would never bring that to a table that is hey, please join us, but don't play a character like that, right? I'm going to respect what's there. But it's interesting because when I come forward and I say I do want to play this type of character that's either a villain or a character that puts themselves in danger, and I want you to take control. I don't want you to give me control over my character, over the consequences of their actions. I want you to force things upon my character and force choices upon me, and force all of these things. You have to have somebody who's comfortable going, okay, I will take authority and choice and I can't think of the word, authority, choice, not accountability, because that's not what I mean, but I will take the authority and the choice away from you as a player and I will do it myself. And it's nerve-wracking when you do that as a GM, especially when a player asks you to, because the last thing you want to do is make somebody who's playing your game not have fun or be uncomfortable or dislike the choices you made. And so I often have to like speak with a lot of GMs in person or like over video call or over voice chat where I'm like, I promise you, not only am I giving you permission to take choice away from me, I actively want you to take choice away from me. I want me to come, don't do it with anyone else, because obviously no one else at the table probably wants to play with that. I'm usually the only one in the basket. But I love when I walk in, I go, I'm going to do this thing, and anyone, be it a player, but especially a GM, goes, okay, you do the thing, and now you're dead. And now you lose a limb. And now you're separated from the party. And now you're going to be mind controlled and have to attack the party. You don't get to cross me. Like, we're not playing these games. I love that. I love that. So it's definitely a whirlwind of trying to find a group that is comfortable with me playing that way and a GM that is comfortable taking that away from a player. But the Candela Obscura group that I've been working with is so much fun, and it genuinely is like I can't explain it. I love doing actual plays. I love doing role plays and stuff. And so I would love to be able to run one on a Friday or a Saturday. So I'm looking into it. We'll see how it goes. I don't mind GMing it from my perspective, but I can. But the problem is, because I'm the type of person who sort of likes to give control to other people when I play as a player, I worry that me as a GM is going to want to take control from players when, again, most players don't want that. So I could run a campaign, but I think there would have to be one person at the very least that I sit down with and I'm like, hey, you can develop characteristics, you can develop a personality, you can develop a backstory, but I'm going to have your character be enrolled with the plan that I have for this table, and I need somebody who is comfortable playing this character that I've sort of already put into the narrative. You can make the choices when it comes to choice time, but you have to be like willing to go with what I've already laid out on a sheet. And so if I could find one person who's willing to do it that way, maybe like an actor who has less experience with TTRPG or roleplay and more experience with getting handed a script and molding themselves to a character that already exists versus building a character, then I could have an actor play that. They're still their own thing, they're still their own person, but it helps me have this very clear through line, and then the rest of the table can play and mold and have freedom, and I won't need to take it from them. So I could run it, but I would also love to play in it. The only thing that comes with that is I don't know if being a player and having somebody else run it would be comfortable for the channels that I have, right? Do I have to be the GM because the GM is in a seat of authority if it's going to be run on my channel? I don't know. Part of me says no, fuck it, because we talked about it last Wednesday, right? Where how did I start doing voice acting? How did I start doing content creation? It's because I got tired of other people being the ones who made the choices for me, which is crazy, which me being in a roleplay saying, please make choices for me. But when it came to my life, right, I was like, I'm tired of someone not letting me try and not giving me an opportunity. So the part of me that is like, shouldn't you have a separate D&D channel or a separate TTRPG channel if you're going to run this? Should you put it on a channel under your name? Should you be the DM? All of these little things that are like the way you're supposed to do it. As much as I care about them, a lot of me is like, fuck it. I said fuck it however many years ago when I started doing all this. I'm saying fuck it to whatever sort of restrictions they're putting in place. But anyways, that is my thought process for Friday, Saturdays. If we have other ideas, I'm totally down for them. I always welcome ideas on what we could do for content-wise. I am working on a Patreon. It's in the process of being reviewed for approval. And in that Patreon, part of the exclusive access that you get are videos that are not a part of the live streaming week or a part of the YouTube platform. So things like, as Leah suggested last week, me playing or watching or listening to projects that I've voice acted in. Probably would start with Vivica's Heart because that's my favorite. And I would play them. You'd get my reactions, but you'd also get my commentary on what the project was like to record. What was the team like? How did it go? Was this the original plan for the story, right? Things like that. So you would get my commentary as I play it, and of course you would hear me. And then also bringing in other people like directors I've worked with for the horror short film I'm in to give commentary on their pieces. That kind of stuff will go to the Patreon. So I don't want to bring in those ideas for live streaming. I would rather have those be recorded videos that is exclusive to Patreon side. So I'm trying to think of what I can bring that's sort of a more public attribute that also maybe chat could really like to be involved in for live streaming and stuff. So the TTRPGs is one of them. And I'm still working on possible other ideas. There's a lot in acting and voice acting, but I'm not sure if I want to do 3 days a week of strictly voice acting content. I'm considering like sort of playing around with that Friday, Saturday slot of like, what can we do that's sort of like a fun weekend thing? And I don't want to, I love chat and I love talking to y'all in chat. So, but I don't want to do sort of a thing where it's requirement for people to talk because I really love my lurkers in order to like for the stream to work. So I'm trying to avoid that. We could do games where like everybody joins me and plays, but again, like I don't want to force people to participate. I never like forcing people to participate. I fucking hated that as a kid, being forced to participate. Hell, I hated it as an adult. I went to acting school and literally the only thing they do in acting college is force you to participate. That's it. 80% of your grade is participation, and I hated my fucking life. So I don't want to do that to anyone. So I'll figure it out. I'll figure out what that Friday, Saturday is going to be. But I'm definitely going to start up that slot probably after ZenkaiCon in March. That's what I'm thinking is when we'll start the Friday, Saturdays. If I can come up with an idea and it feels solidified before then, we'll run it. We'll give it a shot. But ZenkaiCon is sort of the thing that I'm pacing things out until. I've got enough, Monday voicing artist original characters through then. I think we've got the voice acting coaching on Wednesdays booked through April. So that's well past ZenkaiCon. It's actually past the third convention I'm in as well, the one in April. Unfortunately, that one's a little smaller, but it's super, super cute. And if anyone's in the Midwest, you'll want to go because it's amazing. We'll talk about that one later. But ZenkaiCon's a bit more accessible to people since it's over closer to the Northeast. So I highly recommend that one because we're going to have a lot of workshops. I'm not allowed to release the schedule yet, but I have seen it, and it is over 12 hours worth of running that workshop. So, but they do fill up fast because 2 to 2.5 hours usually only sees about 25 to 30 people. So if you are in the Northeast or the Midwest and you want to go to ZenkaiCon, I think it's March 22nd, that weekend, and you want to meet me and be in my booth and record your own dialogue in my workshop, you can do that when go to their pages and follow, or follow me because I'll definitely be saying it 24/7 once you're allowed to schedule. But I believe we're doing sign-up slots because of how quickly it's going to fill. So if you want to go. It's entirely free. I never charge because fuck that shit. You should never have to pay to do that kind of jazz. Yeah, so that's kind of that. But we're a good chunk in here, so we can get started with our episode of the week. So let me take you guys over to our character. She's really cool this time, y'all. I'm so excited. Are you ready? Here we go. Look at this! And this image is amazing because of the little hearts at the top. Like, this is a video game style. And sort of the catchphrase down here in the bottom right corner, like, repent. It's very video game coded. Like, this is a villain that you're fighting. And the hearts come up for her health or something like that. And then she's got sort of the phrase that she's going to say in battle when she does her, special move. That's how coded this is. And I'm so, so excited. So let me turn off music in case it was still playing here. Okay. I gotta turn off the music when we do these episodes because I like to lay in my own track, I try to turn it off so Mordecus could lay in his own track, but now that I'll be editing them, I definitely want to lay in my own track underneath. because you never know if the volume is right on stream, so better to be able to fuck with it afterwards. So, this character, let me tell you about the artist and the character. Let's pull her up. Okay. All right, so hello to my YouTube friends. Welcome to another episode of Voicing Artists Original Characters. A reminder, you can join us live on Twitch or YouTube 9 p.m. EST on Mondays. Today's artist that we are working with, y'all, is Sammy Jam. They have created this incredible drawing and incredible character for us today. We actually have a few drawings to work with, so we'll go through them all. But the character's name is Raze, pronoun she, her. So we'll talk a little bit about Raze. Already what I want to say is the color palette for this character is essentially just pink, white, and black. Which is going to be interesting because we love to talk about colors and color palette when we do these episodes because it means a lot. But in this case, we're not really working with a lot of color. We almost have a black and white image, which is really tricky and interesting to play with. However, we do have a lot of drawings, we do have a good amount of backstory, and we've got really cool poses, especially with this one here with her hand and almost like claws for nails coming out, and yet she has this sinister little smile on her face. So let me tell you about Raze. So Raze is an antagonist. We love a villain. We get to play with the villain today. Let's go. Raze is an antagonist in a post-apocalyptic world. And in this world, the population has had their souls removed from their bodies inexplicably. People have no idea why. It just sort of happened. And the people who had their souls suddenly removed have begun to mutate, and they have started consuming other people or living souls in order to survive. Because without this like sustenance or whatever you want to say that a soul brings to you, a creature cannot live. So it started trying to consume souls from the living in order to keep living itself. Okay. So Raze leads an occult faction. They're sort of like a religious group. They're definitely a cult. She claims that her god caused this mutation that separates the impure people, in quotes, from the pure people, in quotes. So in other words, what she is saying is, oh, well, God, again, big general G, God has ripped souls from these people's bodies, and they've started mutating, and they have become impure. Because of the souls being removed, maybe it's an underlying thing where they were always impure, and so this has started happening to them. But regardless, God has whooped their soul out. They're mutating and becoming these, like, thirsty, evil creatures. Now they are impure creatures instead of people. And those that still have their souls are pure people who, you know, God has seen favorable or are doing the right things. They're righteous. They're justified, all these things. And so she and her cult believe that it is her duty or their duty to purify these impure people, these creatures without souls, through extermination. So in other words, she runs a religious following where she was like, hey, these people without souls are impure beings against God, against his will, against how he thinks. It is our job to exterminate them, to get rid of the impure, to get rid of the bad people and the evil people, the creatures that are left, so that we can have a pure world of God's people. Now, in the context of this story, and in the context of the world that Raze lives in and runs her cult from, no one actually knows if her god is real. She is just claiming that this is God's doing, and God is telling those of us with souls to kill all the people that don't have souls. There's also another note that not only do they not know if her god is real and that this claim that she's making is real, they also don't know if these are her real motivations. So this is what she's telling people. This is what the people who follow her believe. This is what she claims to believe. But is it the real reason that she's out there killing all these soulless individuals? We don't know. The world doesn't know. But it is the front that she puts on. So some character descriptions that the artist, Sammy Jam, did give to me. So one of them was smooth talker. The type to plant her ideas into your mind so you think they're your own. Which I love to hear, because there is nothing more fun than not just playing a villain, but playing a confident, influential, manipulative villain. So we're really gonna get to fuck some shit up with these lines. We are gonna mess with people's minds, and I am ready. But we have to remember that she, although could be intimidating, is not coming forward with a sense of like power and strength and fear me when I step in the room. She's coming forward with but you told me we should do these things, and don't you believe in God's mighty power, right? She's giving other people the authority and the conscience and the reputation. She's insinuating ideas. There's a show that I've recently started watching that I really like, and it has a character in it who's very much a politician, because this is the evil politician energy where they are implanting ideas in your head. They're implanting ideas in the room, in the space, whether they're claiming it comes from God or they're claiming it comes from the people you work for, or they're simply very nicely and very etiquettely and very, what's the word I'm looking for? Sort of, I don't want to say nuanced, maybe nuanced, almost politically correctly saying things and implying things in order to get you to be the one to say it. To be able to come back at you with, well, I never said that. You said that, right? Even though you know what they were trying to say. You know what they were implying. But I never said that. And that kind of a person. And so I love this energy for her, especially because a lot of evil sort of religious power figures have and are built with that character mentality of manipulation and politician versus being like a boom, 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 I'm gonna punch you in the face type of villain. They're very sneaky. They're openly sneaky because they know and you know that they are manipulating you, but you don't have the words, the capabilities, the understanding to be able to get it across, right? To beat them in a word battle. Hi, Fox Daddy. How are you? How are you doing? We're working with a really cool villain today. She is a cult leader whose mission is to kill all the mutated, impure people that don't have souls in this apocalyptic world. Yeah, what did you walk into is the question. We get to work with a villain today. I'm so excited. You know how much I love villains in this house. Oh my goodness. And I think it's been a while since we've played with not just a villain, but again, a villain that is more of a very streamlined, very neat type of talker versus a powerhouse. So I'm kind of excited. The other adjectives that we have for this character today from the artist is calm and collected, which makes sense. That goes with our politician energy, where if they never raise their voice, if they never get angry, but you do, they now have power in the situation that you have unintentionally given them. And this note is very interesting. I like this one from the artist. Oop, I'm hitting my microphone today. She always wears a smile, but her demeanor does not match up with her unsettling presence. Interesting. So this is someone who absolutely gets off by being in control, by having power, by making people under them or even people that are their equals squirm and be angry and get frustrated. She likes winning. And to her, winning doesn't mean I won the fist fight. Winning doesn't mean I killed a bunch of people. Winning means you step toe-to-toe to me and you look bad to everybody else and I look good. Because she runs a cult, right? So the entire way that she stays in power is she has people who support her, people who would die for her, people who are with her in the thick and thin, believe every word she says. If she loses their respect, if they start to doubt, she's in trouble and she's losing the fight. So this is very much a person who puts on that smile, puts on the pretty face, and to anyone who understands that she has this underlying sinister sense about her, of course when she walks in the room and she talks to you, you're gonna be like, oh, what the fuck is your energy? Oh, absolutely not. Right? You can't quite explain it to people because people who aren't as aware of their surroundings, who can't read social environments as much, are going to see her as a person who's always smiling, is always saying kind words, is always helping out the poor and the downtrodden. What do you mean? She's wonderful. She's lovely. Even though you get it. You see past the facade and you're like, I don't trust your little silvery tongue. Those little words you got, I don't think so. So that is really, really cool. So we will go into my acting notes. First, though, I want to show you the other images that we have for Rays. So this one's really cool. I like this one because it's very, again, video game energy, and I love video game characters. But it's also got like that pose where she's sort of putting her hand out as like claws, and she's almost looking to like snatch the soul from your body, as if she's not killing the impure but making people impure by snatching their souls. That is the energy that this gives me, especially with the little pink flames at the bottom. I love Repent because Repent is very much like, again, her video game quote. So, like, I can see you battling her, and she does her big, powerful move, and she just sort of goes, repent, right? Like, that kind of energy, easy. I love that. I know the artist mentioned that she has, like, barbed wire and spikes, like, welded's not the right word, intertwined into her hair and into her buns, and they come out, as you can see, on this big old chain of like barbed wire that runs out of her hair, like how the front pieces of her hair do. That's crazy. From a character design perspective, it's amazing. Adds to her design. I love it so much. Oh my goodness, it's excellent. As a person perspective, that would be so painful. Like, you have essentially just put the crown of thorns on your head. If anybody's like a Christian or a Catholic and you know what the crown of thorn is, bro, you have essentially just given yourself a crown of thorns, but worse, because it's metal. Yes, metal will do worse to you than wood will. And so you've essentially just impaled yourself with a crown of thorns, like you are Jesus, and like it's running down your side. Like, it would carve you up. You would get so damaged. Your skin would like probably scar over it to where, like, if you don't take it off, it just becomes a part of your head and your body. That shit's crazy. Now, I don't think that's happening with Race because this is a bit more anime, fantastical energy. But the concept of being crazy enough that you are willing to put a crown of barbed wire in your hair and let it just swing around is, I love this crazy energy, and we are running with that when we voice this character. Let me show you some other images here. So, I know these words are going to be hard for y'all to read. That's okay. I pretty much said everything that's already on this sheet. The only thing that's on here is talking about the barbed wire and the spikes, where they are a defense mechanism and a show of dedication to her god. So they're also, it is sort of like a religious crown of thorns thing because it is a show of dedication where, like, I will take this pain for you type of energy. Otherwise, I read the rest of it. So this is sort of the character sheet with her in this pose with her sort of hand and her little claws coming out to the side. And her other hand is behind her back. She's very straight posture, her head's a little tilted, but again, she's wearing this sinister, cold smile. And I do have both of these drawings on their own separate file here. So here's that drawing of her with her hand out, and just the tilted little head, and the perfectly tailored, perfectly clean, no wrinkles, no dirt, no nothing, clothes. Her hair is tailored, her eyes are this almost like beautiful sort of makeup style where you've got big wings, big eyelashes, but they're slanted in a way of like complacency, sort of how cats do it. Cats will often close their eyes, make their eyes very small in order to indicate to other creatures and to people and to other things that they are not a threat. And so she's almost doing that with her big smile, with her closing of her eyes, with her posture. She's one hand behind her back in order to be like, I'm not a threat. I won't fight you. I'm a good guy, right? You can trust me. That is sort of the energy that her posture and her body language are bringing. But I want to go back to the artist's note of it's unsettling. Because even in these drawings, whether Sammy Jam realized it or not, it is unsettling. I get what she's trying to do, but something about the way she's trying to be friendly and not intimidating and welcoming and comforting is fake. It feels ingenuine. And I think a part of that comes from her looking off to the side instead of looking directly in the eyes in these images. I think part of it comes from the fact that she still has one hand with her little claws out. And there are little bits and pieces here that are giving us the idea and the concept of we are being played. We are being messed with. This is a facade. Because we have just little hints like her hand, her eyes looking in a separate direction, maybe even the tilt of her head, which just slightly off from what a genuinely kind and soft and non-intimidating person would give. I also want to note that her clothes are very, very meticulous. They're also very conservative in a way. She does have shorter sleeves and she's got a little bit of a collarbone out here, but she's got a long to the ground skirt. She has a plain button-up white shirt with the little almost sailor style ties. And the color palette is only pink, white, and black. There's nothing else here. It's very sort of simply shaded. The highlights are just in a different shade of pink, right? And white and black themselves are not colors from a traditional sense. So the only color we're getting in all of her is pink. And it's sort of a soft, mellow, almost babyish, bubblegummy pink. And I think that sort of leans into the approach me, I'm nice, I'm gentle, look, my only color is a nice, soft, loving pink. Aren't I sweet? And it, again, because that's her only color, because everything else is just white and black and simple, it's a little unnerving, a little suspicious, and I love that for her. I love how much she maintains this image as well, and how particular she is about it, and how good she is at making sure every little detail is in place in order for no one to be able to justify her being sneaky or bad or evil. Because she has to keep up this image, right? And that's why her clothes are so, like, perfectly fitted with no wrinkles and down to the floor. And you can't argue that she's trying to do anything corrupt or bad because no one will believe you. Because she's so meticulous about making sure appearances are the way they're supposed to be. And we do have this little chibi one of her face and her head, which just gives us more of a close-up on her beautiful, gorgeous eyes and this little sort of pink blush that she has going on here. And of course, the sort of razor blades, barbed wire spikes that are in her hair, which again, crazy, but I love it for her. I will say in this image, she is looking straight on at us. Now, this is a little headshot, so it makes sense. But with her looking straight on, she's definitely a bit more, what's the word I want to use? Appealing? I don't think her suspicion has gone away, because you could easily argue that with her looking directly on, that it's almost a bit more intimidating. But personally, when she looks straight on, I think you can also get a bit more of a comforting vibe. So it sort of takes it a little bit to neutral here with this little headpiece. She is cutesy, and that's what I love about her, is like, she knows. She's purposefully wielding and manipulating this cute, sweet atmosphere so that people will fall for it, right? And that's what I really, really like about her. And I think the artist emphasizes that really, really well. Now let's go back to the video game style one, where she's in more of this attack pose. Yes, evil cute Fox Addy, exactly. This is one where she's looking at us dead on. Just the wahahaha. It's so true. It's so true. Oh my god. This pose versus her chibi head, I think gives us much more sinister energy. And let's take a second to notice something, because I'll tell you why. Let's go back to this chibi head. This smile is a V. It's the same smile. Let me get rid of the chibi head. That we have here in her I'm sweet, I'm comfortable, I'm gentle, you don't need to worry about me pose. But when we get into the okay bitch, you want to fight, I'll kill you pose, the smile's changed. This smile is no longer a soft little cute anime V. This smile's turned into like a cat, where it goes down into two corners like a down V, and then boop, just ever so slightly back up, as if she has fangs. As if she's like even more intrigued that you would dare to think you could beat her. And so it has gone from a soft, inviting smile to a pleasure smile. This is a smile where she's going, oh, I'm gonna like this fight. Versus the facade of the little V that was like, what do you mean? I would never hurt you. One is for you. One is to entice and, oh, what's the word I'm looking for? One is to entice and deceive people into thinking she's sweet, into thinking she's happy and cute. This one, is her genuine smile, her genuine sort of reaction of pleasure in hate and in evil and in sin and that kind of thing. And I like that, how that changes for these images. Of course, the pose itself loses a bit of the facade that she was putting on as well. So because the pose is more dynamic and more of like a fighting stance, we're losing a little bit of how meticulous she keeps her appearance in order to appear friendly, right? Because these claws are coming out. And the barbed wire in her hair, and her hair is getting a little more spiky. And their skirt is coming up at the edge just a little bit, right? And now she's sort of leaning into it with her pose. So there's more energy in this pose that is definitely giving us an environment of, I'm letting down the facade, if ever so slightly. And I like that a lot. And I can't get over how cool it is, that it feels very video gamey. But let's go into the adjectives that I have for our character Raze here. Okay. So, first thing right out of the words. First thing right out of the gate that I've been saying, she is wearing a facade, a cloak, a masquerade is occurring, so that everybody thinks she's sweet and gentle and nice, when in reality, couldn't be farther from the truth. I also really like the word unruffled. Because when I looked at her, when I was reading about her, when I was developing sort of this, okay, how do I feel about her? What do I think she thinks like and listens like and speaks like? I realized she is so good about maintaining this posturing. That what would it be like if you ruffled her feathers? Just a little bit. What would it be like if someone starts poking and says just the right thing, or does just the right thing to let that little smile slip just for a second? And so I like the word unruffled because I want to ruffle those feathers. So that's what I'm thinking. I have a few more words here. Enchanting, haunting, restraint, dedicated, faithful. All of these things are necessary when you are dealing with a character who runs an organization, runs a cult, run a religious group. They have to be able to lure people in, convince them to stay, and then be dedicated to them. Even if it's for their detriment, those people believe that they're being dedicated and faithful to them. I have, if you will, unnerving, which we've been talking about, but also formidable. This is the interesting one, because a little bit of what we said earlier, with characters like these being more politician types, where they're not about necessarily winning a physical fight, they're more about being able to win in a intellectual way, you don't usually think of them as being formidable, because usually the point is that because they can win intellectually, they're not very good physically, and so your physical characters would beat them if it was a one-to-one fight on that sort of a nature. But I actually think she's very formidable in battle as well as in this sort of intellectual standpoint. The comedic character, this is the scenario that I think of formidable for her. If you have a group that talks to her or speaks with her, let's say she's a villain, right? You're playing the video game, you come up with your party. I think she is the type of villain where the comedic character in your group might make fun of her to her face. They might come up and say things like, "Whoa, what are you? You're like doused in pink. You make me want to barf," right? She's not going to have a reaction. If anything, her reaction is going to be like, funny, and then keep going. It's not going to faze her. So the comedic character would probably make fun of her, say stupid things about her in front of her face, not afraid to do that. But they're not dumb enough to actually pick a fight with her and underestimate her power and her abilities. And that's where I think she's formidable. This might be the character, the villain, where you're like, fuck that bitch, whatever. And someone talks about her that way and nothing happens and there's no consequences for speaking like that. But then you go off and talk to your party of adventurers and they're like, we can't fight her. We will lose. And so I like that duality of she takes a lot. She can take a lot of forceful energy without it affecting her. But she commands and demands a sort of respect from people who know what she's actually capable of. And that is where you get this very intense sort of face-off of, I don't like you, I don't like what you stand for, you have all these people tricked into believing you, you know I don't believe you, I know you don't believe you, but I also can't fight you because there's no guarantee I would win. So I'll give you respect for now. And I like that. I really, really like that mentality. So, with all of that said, pictures looked at, notes given, we're going to move into dialogue and to our emotions. We will start with happy because, of course, we will. And I actually think I'm going to use happy to do her fake happy. I kind of want to do her facade happiness here. So I'm going to use this picture as a reference. We could also use her chibi face since it's also got that smile. But in this picture, she's doing a lot of the fake, polite, comforting, sweet. And that's the happiness that I want to give off. I want it to be fake for this dialogue we're about. Ooh, hiccups already. I want it to be fake for this dialogue that we're about to do. Normally, when I do emotions, I try to make them pure and genuine. So I would go straight to, what do I think would make Raze genuinely happy? I don't want to do that for this one. I want to mix it up. Mix it up? What? I want to mix it up. I want to play with it. And I want to figure out what her facade is to other people and how she embodies that. So let's get a sip of not water. But to my YouTube people, let's get a sip of water. And then we'll begin. But my live stream people know, you know, this is not the water, it is death water. Whew. The death water, Fox Daddy. While we're taking a second here, Thank you, Fox Daddy. The Water of Death, yes. Thank you. If y'all didn't know, Fox Daddy has edited a few shorts for me. They're up on my TikTok and Reels and YouTube Shorts. They're excellent. Thank you, Fox Daddy, for that. They genuinely look wonderful. I appreciate you. So he's a great editor, so go hire him. But you did a wonderful job, so thank you, thank you. Yes! Little emotes all around. You genuinely did wonderful. And you saved me a lot of hassle. Because I didn't record any new ones on Sunday like I was supposed to. The Sundays are supposed to be 4. And so just having some, like, ready to go for today, whew, amazing. Oh, shush, you're good. Unfortunately, TikTok currently is, like, not shadow banning, because that's not quite the right word, but they are definitely, they put me in a little bit of a chokehold because I posted, one that they got, like, they flagged for inappropriate bullshit because I said the word, like, guns. And so they flagged, and now since they flagged that one, even though I deleted it, the other ones have gotten lesser views on TikTok, which, whatever, fuck off. But one of them, YouTube has been doing okay. That's a lie. YouTube has, like, also been taking my shorts and not been doing as well as it usually does with them. I don't know what's up with YouTube. However, one of them went pretty well, so that's good. I know. TikTok can suck a dick, bro. Reels is at average. It's in the hundreds. YouTube is low, is too low, way too low on a lot of them, and then it'll take like one and it'll soar it. Even though I post them all at the same time, I've started only doing 2 a day because I've been doing 4 around 4 o'clock and my 8:30s because I think it just works better with the algorithm, give them hours to see it. YouTube took one of those and like sent it skyrocketing up into the 1 to 5,000 where they're usually at, and then the other ones have like no views. So I'm like, what are you doing, YouTube? Like, people have been censoring themselves to appease social media. Yes, and it's annoying as fuck because I'm very much on the train of, if you cannot say the word, you shouldn't be using the word. Sorry, but if you don't feel comfortable saying guns or sex or suicide, you shouldn't be talking about it. You should not be censoring words like that. That's not how this works. We don't live in fucking 1984. Use your big boy adult pants and use the word. And I know why people are censoring it. It's because of what TikTok just did to me. And so I hate that people have to, because if you make a living on these things, I don't yet, one day, you have to play by their rules, right? And so I get it, I do. I'm not blaming people who play by those rules. Yeah, literally, Fox Daddy, literally. Well, it's funny because I'm pretty sure my chatbot would even block you from saying it because I have whatever the highest chatbot is. I have the highest chat moderator bot because the comments I get on shorts and in reels and stuff are so horribly nasty that I don't need people hopping into my chat live. But that said, right, I don't blame people when they're doing it on purpose because they're trying to make a living and they have to censor themselves, or that kind of shit happens to them like it did to me. You got censored last time. Yo. Exactly. I just wish that we lived in a world where we didn't have to do that. It's so funny because on like every single video I post, I don't think it happens on TikTok because I don't think TikTok does it automatically. And also, if I do it to my TikTok videos, it like severely hurts the view count, which now I guess it doesn't matter since they're doing it on their own. But for my YouTubes and for, I don't know if you can do it on Instagram, but for my YouTube shorts, I specifically always pick the thing that's like, no, this is not made for kids. Unfortunately, on most platforms, that option is not, no, this is not made for kids. The option is, this is 18 plus content. And most of my shorts are not 18 plus content. So I don't want to mark the 18 plus content because then it doesn't get shared anywhere. But it's also not for children. No, YouTube doesn't care. But I like the fact that YouTube has the option to say it's not for kids without exclusively saying it's 18 plus. Because I had that issue, my Patreon page is being verified, and they were like, oh, well, you marked it as adult, so you have to prove to us, you know, that you're an adult because that means you're making sexual content. And I was like, no. I'm not making that kind of content, but I don't want children on my Patreon page. Minors aren't welcome. And they're like, well, it doesn't matter. If you don't want minors, you have to mark yourself as 18 plus. But by marking yourself as 18 plus on Patreon, on TikTok, on Instagram, they literally label you as sexual content. Not like, don't want minors. It's strictly, that means you make this type of content, even though I don't. So it's the battle of like, I can't use those labels. Yeah, people do force everything to be for kids. I just wish that, like, I wish more, it's one of the few things, I actually really like YouTube as a platform, but it's one of the few things that I will give to YouTube that I've seen no other platform do, is the option to say, I do not make adult sexual content, but also I do not make videos for kids. I've seen no other platform give you that opportunity. It's either you make sexual content or you make content for everyone. And I'm like, no, there's a middle ground. It allows parents to be lazy and they don't have to watch kids. Correct. Absolutely correct. So I wish more platforms would take a note from YouTube and have a middle ground to where people like me fit. But that's just how it goes sometimes. I don't know, man. I don't know. Oh, I got a piece of ice stuck in my little water bottle. Wait. No, he's stuck in the little thing. I don't want it to spill. Okay, I think I got it. Got a little piece of ice stuck. The only reason YouTube did that was because the government went after them and YouTube just pushed the responsibility onto the creators. Oh, I do somewhat remember that whole thing of people going after YouTube for the children's content. But at least they did it the right way, where they, like, gave you the option to say there's a middle ground versus, like, every other platform that is like, you are one of two things. I'm like, no, bitch. No. But everybody lies on the internet anyways. They just say their age is whatever. The amount of times I've scrolled and it's like, when were you born? And I put like 1920s simply because I can. Like, it's just what we do, you know? Okay. Fake happy dialogue. We don't usually do this. We try to go genuine with emotions. But I want to do Raise's fake happy persona. I'm thinking, sadly, if you make one video that's for kids, it allows them to find your channel. Yeah, that's the downside. That's why I'm straight up like, well, fuck. So, nothing I can do about it. Unfortunately, I'm not going to police it on TikTok and Reels because it'll tank my shit. YouTube, I try and police it, but funny enough, YouTube's the only platform I probably don't need to police it on. Right, sorry. Freaking damn it. Whoops, wait, that didn't work. My brain is so curse-coded that I just immediately said, oh my god. Lord help me. Yeah, fudge it all. Okay, let's do this. Here we go. So I think for Raise's voice, she's going to be a little bit higher pitch, and I think she's going to be a little bit of a softer pitch, because she is calm, she is collected, and she's putting on this fake facade. I don't think she necessarily would be low, partially biased because pinker colors make us think girlier and more feminized, but I also think I like villains who naturally have sort of a more approachable tone, and especially because she's trying to put on this I love all people, join me, I know what I'm talking about mentality, she's going to have more of a feminine, motherly, like, high-pitchy voice, but soft. I'm not going to go crazy all over the place with her because she needs to be approachable. Just call it JoJo Pink to make it manly. You right. We'll see how it goes when I start doing the dialogue. I guarantee you I'll end up in some sort of pose like she has, but let's see what we can do here. Welcome.
people of all nations, I know these times are troubled and sad. But God is with us. He has shown me the light. It is our duty to follow His words, to follow His path. We must extinguish these impure creatures and pave a safe and loving world for the pure followers of God. This is our task. This is the holy way. And God will give all His people what they deserve. Followers, faithful, believers. We will see the day that the world is whole once again, bathed in His light and His love. For now, we love each other, and we do what we can. In His name, we begin.
Ooh, I kind of like that. I really like how culty that is. I like how it's this gentle voice and this gentle tone of, hey, this is what, we are family. We believe. Demon nun. She is essentially, she's just a leader, right? So she's the one who's sort of like running it all. I'm trying to think of what the DC Brother Blood, I think, is what it is. That's kind of the energy she gives me, is where she's sort of like the leader of a Brother Blood style cult, except she's much more controlled than maybe their energy is. Because she's also trying to convince you that what she's doing is right, because they take, the hive is probably closer to it. She is trying to convince people that they must be doing the right thing because they love each other and they support each other and they care for the weak and the downtrodden and the poor. So they're doing God's work. And how could this not be a community and the correct path, right? That's sort of what she's trying to give. And that's sort of why I went that route of like higher but very, very soft, incredibly well-spoken, but also almost simplistically well-spoken. Because she doesn't want to come off condescending. She doesn't want to come off as like, I know all these fancy words and you guys are low-life people. No. She wants to come off more as like a loving caretaker. And so she's using very complicated messages, but in more simplistic phrases of like, we do these things because God loves us and God will show us the way, and all this kind of energy, so that people can feel like they understand and that they're being talked with and supported rather than talked down to and manipulated. I liked that for her. It kind of came out voice-wise the exact way I was sort of expecting it to. And I'm excited to do anger, and I'm excited to do sadness, because those, I think, we're going to take a little bit more pure. But I'm not sure, because what would we want to do with Rays for anger, since that is the next one in our lineup? I really like doing villain emotions with just a little hint, a little taste of the villainry still in them. So that, of course, was an entirely fake, well, perceivably fake happiness. We don't technically know if her motives are true or not. We don't know if she really believes in this God and what she's fighting for. She could very well believe it, and even though she's sort of putting on this fake manipulation thing, it's still, on one hand, genuinely happy, because she does believe that she is doing things for these people. With that in mind, I kind of want to take the anger the same way, where the little villain tag that we're going to put into her anger is a sense of righteousness, a sense of cleansing the impure. Because I think what we do for anger is we go to our video game style picture and we sort of run with the idea that you are going to fight her in battle, finally, and make her stop doing whatever she's doing. And so she has this sort of anger of like, you will repent for your sins. You are impure. You are stepping and stopping you are stepping in the way of and stopping God's plan to purify the world. And if you are not with us, if you are not with me, if you are not with God, then you must be a sinner. You must be the devil. You must be part of this impure group that needs to be exterminated. Even if you're not showing signs of mutation, you must be a part of them. And I think it's fun to play with the idea of maybe she knows that they're not impure. They're just very simply stepping in her way, and it's far time that she stepped on the little bug that keeps impeding her path, that keeps biting her on the neck. It's time for that little bug to get squished. But she also has this concept of, you're not following my plan, you're stepping in my way, I'm going to squish you, but also you're against God's plan, right? Because I like this idea that we don't know if she genuinely believes that what she's doing is the right thing. So there has to be some sort of ego in there that we're going to play with for anger. But I think it'll be fun to play with the concept of, even in her anger, maybe there's a piece of her that is so intertwined with this mission and goal that she has attached to her God and attached to her cult, that whether or not it's real, whether or not she believes it, it has become a part of her. And so you cannot erase it. So I think we tie all those things into her anger. And I want to do the scenario we were talking about where you're fighting her in battle. Maybe it's like round 3, right? 3 hearts, maybe 3 phases. It's the final phase. You are close to beating her. She's getting angrier and angrier as these phases go on. Let's play with that idea a little bit.
Enough. You have been in my way for far too long. Repent, sinner, or join the impure as we cleanse your kind from this world. I am God's righteous hand, and I will execute all of those who stand against him, who stand against me. Repent.
Ooh, I like that one. I poofed a little bit there for that dialogue because it's hard not to poof on your P's. But I liked that. What was interesting doing that dialogue is I genuinely thought she would be a lot more... Don't poop. Poof, Fox Daddy. Poof! I genuinely thought she would be a lot more forceful with her anger than what came out. I thought that this cool, calm, collected character, when she gets finally angry enough, is going to be like this rageful, yelling beast. But it didn't happen. It didn't feel right. It didn't feel instinctual. Instinctually, what I did as the anger built was there was more vitriol and grit and gnarling and spit that formed in my words and in my mouth and the growl that came with the words, that's where the anger manifested itself. Rather than, how dare you do these things? I'm yelling at you. God will make you repent, blah, 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 blah. It came out in this, God will make you repent, where she sort of has so much built up tension in the vocals from this anger, and that's where it's coming from. So it was really cool to see how I thought she would get screamy and yelly, but the instincts of portraying this character said, no, she's not screamy and yelly. She is rage-filled. She has tension drooling and dripping and foaming out of her mouth as she says this, but she still is calm and cool and soft and high. She's not going to give you the satisfaction of being yelly and screamy. She's just slowly coming unhinged, and I like that for her. I actually want to play with that even a bit more. I think I want to do this angry dialogue again, and I want to play a bit more and push the tension and the grit in the voice without getting yelly to come out even stronger. So let's try it again.
You will repent. I do the Lord's work. I extinguish every worthless bug, every impure creature left upon this earth. And I will not let an insect like you stand in my way, in God's way. If you will not join us, you will die. You will die here. Repent. Repent so that maybe you may see God in the afterlife, or at the very least, you won't see me. Good luck. You'll need it.
Ooh, there it is. I like that a lot. I liked giving her that really intense growl. And I'm glad that that pushed itself out even more in this second take. I think that second take was really fun. I had this concept of, if she believes in God, does she believe in an afterlife? And if there's an afterlife, this motherfucker, i.e. us, that she's fighting, is gonna end up in hell. Eternal punishment. And they better repent now so that they don't fucking see her torturing them in hell on the other side. Like, I love that concept. And so that's what I ran with for this little rant. And I think it went well. So that means that we have one emotion left to do for improv dialogue here. We have sadness. So we need to make Ray's sad. This one's going to be interesting. We could go a few ways with it. If we take her at face value and say that she does believe in her mission, she does believe in killing these impure, soulless beings because of God's plan, and that this is the righteous thing to do, then what would make her sad is when you finally kill her, eliminate the cult, and she was not able to fulfill her God's wishes, right? She's died here, fighting for him and trying to do this thing. I don't know if I like that. Because I like this mixture of a part of her has to believe it because she's been pushing the narrative for so long. But I also like it mixing with, I think some of this is selfish. I think maybe she just likes how it feels when, when she crushes the neck of a soulless creature. I think she likes the power. I think she likes the control. I think she likes the murder and the death, even if she believes that what she's doing is right. So I want to mix that in. We had it in the anger. I want to mix it into the sadness as well. So I think we're going to do something we often do with more villainous, antagonistic characters, where we mix a little bit of that anger and sad together to get a bit more of a frustration, a bit more of a tension-oriented piece, where there are bouts of anger and bouts of sadness mixed together. So maybe this one will get a little bit more vocally loud and yelly, whereas I thought the anger one would. It did not. Maybe this one will. I'm not really sure. Maybe none of them will. We'll find out. But I'm definitely going to throw in a bit of that angry with the sad. So with that in mind, I'm thinking that for situation, we could... Ooh. We could go the route of... Oh, this might be interesting. What if we went with the idea that her god turns against her? That maybe she gets struck down, and even if it's not, we don't have to assume that it's a real god. She perceives it as her god turning against her. Her god, like, for whatever reason, like, strike me down type of energy. Lightning hits her type of energy. She is fighting for him and doing all these things, and yet he's like, I cast you out because you are not my creature. You are not my person. You've been impure this whole time. And that would make her a mixture of sad and angry. But not just sad and angry because of that. Also because with that happening, she's now lost her power and her control and her manipulative capabilities of all of these people believing her and trusting her. So if she gets, like, called out for a lie or, you know, some sort of, like, soul thing like that, and it goes out to people and people find out, she no longer has a backing or following. So I think it'd be a mixture of this angry, sad, sort of crying while angry moment of why have you forsaken me type of energy. So I want to try that. Let's see.
You're wrong. You are wrong. He would never do that. He would never, ever abandon me. I have acted in his stead. I have been his righteous hand. Killing the impure, saving the pure. How could he abandon me now? How could he leave me to rot like the filth? I've done everything right. And yet, he does not answer my call. He answers yours. He answers yours. Very well. If I am to be struck down today, if I am to be cast out like the wicked, then I shall take this whole world with me. If I must burn, everyone shall burn.
Ooh! Damn! Ooh, I gotta calm down my eyeballs. My eyes were sweating, y'all. I was doing that and I was about to start crying. I can't be crying with this eyeshadow on. Oh my lord, I'm a goth. I wear black eyeshadow. Dang, that was fun though. I love characters when they start to break down, especially characters that put up this facade and this complacency and this fake energy of like, you cannot break me. And then they start breaking. The intensity with which their emotions reveal themselves is crazy. And they sort of go into this mind spiral, which I will point out, we didn't get loud. She's just not a loud character in the way that I perceive her. I perceive her in this way of when her emotions hit, in anger, in sadness, they hit with a grit and a passion and a forcefulness. They don't hit with a explosion or a firework like other characters do. It's pointed, it's a wound, it is a sword stabbing as the blood comes out, and you have tension in this body and in your mouth. It's not like bam, 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 bam. And that's how it appealed even in her sadness. And something that I found very interesting, for me personally, doing this sadness one especially, the way that I was able to dig in and to hone into this character and what she was representing for me and how I felt about her and her personality was her eyes. This doesn't always happen with artwork of character. A lot of times for me it is something physical. Usually it's a pose rather than small features. But I was looking at this image and the way that her eyes are drawn with these big, thick eyelashes and they sort of go up into this piece, all that I could think of and eventually sort of manifested, almost, we didn't cry, but manifested for me in a feelings way, was in anime when they do the tearing up thing and the water builds on these lower eyelashes and then it sort of just spills down. That is the imagery that comes to my head when I look at her eyes. And so to do this sadness line, all I could feel was the sadder and the more heartbroken I got while portraying this character, the more my eyes started to look back and forth and twitch and do that sort of scrunchy bunch up where it all feels like it's going to be overwhelming and come out at once and you blink really fast to keep it in, and that is what started occurring. And that really channeled the energy for me. It was interesting. I don't think I've ever had that be the case for a character. I've had, the weight placement in my legs or in my hips. I've had certain postures. I've had hand movements. Never had the eyes. That is a really cool thing. And it means that we were really in touch with the character, and I love her. I really, really love this character and how she's sort of being portrayed. And this is only my interpretation of her, but that is how in touch I was with this interpretation, and I really, really like it. So that will be the end of our episode of Voicing Artists' Original Characters. I am going to say a huge thank you to Sammy Jam for letting us use their character Raze. I really appreciate it. This has been a lovely, lovely time. Such a cool character to work with. I love villains. I love characters with this type of personality. Your artwork is amazing. Everybody make sure you go follow Sammy Jam. For my finished YouTube folks, the links will be in the description, so make sure you go follow them. And that is all. So I will see you guys next week. For another episode of Voicing Artists' Original Characters. Remember, you can join us live on Twitch or YouTube at 9 p.m. EST to record the characters. You can give me input in chat on what you think I should say or how you think the character should sound. Or you can just lurk. We love our lurkers too. And I'll see you guys next time. Goodbye. All right, my Twitch people and my YouTube livers. Now we have to animate it. Yes, Fox Daddy. She gives me such strong video game energy, and I adore video games like that. Like, she gives me very classic JRPG, almost like paper style, where you're like, they throw out their attacks and then you get the turn based and you choose your attack, like Persona-ish. That's the energy this gives me, and I would love, oh my god, Sammy Jam, I would love this goes for every character that I've ever voiced in this show. If it ever goes into an animation or a video game, I can see her in a 2D fighter. Yeah, exactly. If any of this stuff ever gets published into something, a lot of lovely artists actually let me work with their comic book characters and their webtoon characters. If you ever need a voice for them, please let me know. I will gladly voice them in other projects. Like, this is literally my favorite thing. Okay. Let me pull out auditions. Got some auditions to do today. Boo doo 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 doo. Oh, there it goes. Cool. All right, let's get some death water. Death water. Oh, okay. All right. Now we get into the nitty-gritty. Let's do this. Okay, so the project we're going to be auditioning for first is from Third Sight Media. It's actually untitled, so would love to give you a name, but I can't. Let's see. One long episode. Recording in March. Audition instructions. Please record. Yep. Slate your name? No! If y'all ever are making projects where you're looking for actors or voice actors of any kind, please don't make them slate. It's the worst thing on the planet. I haven't succeeded at any of my auditions yet. Fox Daddy, don't you even worry about it. You will. Here's the thing. When they say, like, as an actor, as a voice actor, you go through hundreds upon hundreds of auditions before you succeed at any of them, unfortunately, that's really, really true. The good thing that you gotta do is you gotta understand that auditioning is fun in and of itself if you let it be fun, right? So you just gotta know that you get the chance to play with this character right here now. You could treat them all like how we just did the voice acting original voice of Brain. Brain can't speak words. You could treat the auditions like how we just did voicing that character from an artist, right? You get to be their voice. You get to be the official voice of them, the official character, the official actor for them for that audition. For that audition, you and you alone are the voice of that character. I love that feeling. I totally get it, though. Sometimes you look at all the work you've done for different auditions, and it sucks not getting cast in things. There's a lot of projects that I will send in, and I know we talked about this before, where I often say, you know, you have to do it and then completely do everything you can to erase it from your existence. Like, don't remember what the name is, delete the files off your phone, everything. It doesn't exist anymore after you audition, because that's the only way you can live. But sometimes you get that project that you really, really wanted, and you just can't forget about it, and it does kind of suck. I just need more practice, and to get to where I feel like a demo reel is worth getting. That's fair, right? You definitely want to be, have enough practice, frantic? What? You definitely want to have enough practice to where you feel like the demo reel is worth it. You definitely don't want to do a demo reel before it's worth it. I know we chatted about that. But yeah, and it's one of those things too. You will know when you're ready. You'll know when you're ready. You get anxious thinking about auditions? Why do you get anxious? What makes you nervous about it? I'm going to psychoanalyze you. What do you think makes you nervous about auditions? Because I would be interested in hearing what it is that makes you sort of feel in this uncomfortable state. Is it your thoughts on how they might perceive you? Is it you don't think that you sound good enough? Why? I'll wait for your answer, but I'm gonna keep reading while you type. Slate the name, your name, and the character you're auditioning for. Oh, that's gonna kill me. Audition to multiple files. Do not audition for more than 5. Okay, good to know. We're not doing 3 lines. Save your file as your name, character name. Multiple roles are restricted for yep. Some characters are written with a specific gender. Without a specific gender. Okay, cool. Through this form, I open that in a tile you don't get to see. Ha 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 ha. But now I gotta go back to the original. Okay, there it is. I think I'm good for a voice until I speak the lines and know that there are more dedicated VAs going for the same roles. I see. So it's a bit of comparison. A bit of comparison. Here's what I think about that. That does suck. That is definitely something that can happen when we audition. Personally, I'm going to be 100% honest. Because of a piece of what you're saying, I don't listen to other people's auditions, especially if it's a public audition. I do not listen at all. I highly encourage, if you think it's possible for you, to not listen to how other people have auditioned, because all you will ever do is compare yourself to those people. And I just don't recommend it ever. If you feel like, well, I don't know if I can stop doing that in this moment. I think I still need to listen to other people because it helps me in such and such way. It's just that this comes with it. Or maybe you don't listen to other people's takes and this is just sort of your brain going, oh, but I know other people are going to sound better than me. What I will say to that is there will always be someone who is, in quotes, better than you at some aspect. Some people will have better equipment. Some people will know how to edit their audio better. Some people will be better at pacing when they speak. Some people are better at acting. Some people just have a really pretty voice and they sound more pleasant to the ear. There will always be something that they have that you don't have. But that is flip side too. You will always have something that they don't have. That's why each voice is unique. That's why each person brings their own unique thing to a role. Like, for example, I don't have a pretty voice. You do not want to listen to my voice read you an audiobook because you would fucking die. You would turn that off. You'd go, oh my God, what is this girl's voice? Holy shit. It's just not a pretty voice. It's not. It's not deep. It's not smooth. It's very all over the place. I have a decent amount of vocal fry. You don't want to listen to it. It's oftentimes why I don't get booked for commercials. Because commercials want a very pretty, very undistinguishable, smooth, even, neutral voice. They don't want character. They don't want personality. They don't want uniqueness. They want normal. That's not my voice. And so there will always be somebody who has that voice to their tone that I don't have. But if that person were to come to my audition where I'm voicing the crazy bitch who runs in here and is like, ha, you wish you could, they can't do it. They cannot do it. I don't care what they sound like. I don't care if they match the acting. I don't care if they match the energy. Their vocal tone is too neutral, is too pretty to listen to. They won't book that character. I might not book it, but I have the tone that they don't have, right? So you have to see the aspect and be gracious to yourself. And I'm not saying, I hate the idea of like, well, just don't think that. Or we're like, well, you can't think about those things. That's not how brains work. Of course, you're always going to have the anxiety moment of like, oh, but that sounds so good. They do the thing. So fuck people who tell you just not to think about it. What I say is when you have that thought or when you listen to another recording and you go, damn, their voice is really pretty. Or damn, they really hit this word. Or they really got a clean audio here and I just can't do it. Think that, right? That happens. And then go, okay, they have a really nice voice, but I think I'm putting more energy into this than they are. I think I've got that part. Or they're really hitting this word with a grit, but I think they're going too fast. And I can't quite understand that second half of the sentence, so I can make sure my second half of the sentence is really clear. And you can give both of you benefits, right? It's a give and take that you gotta put your brain in. I love the little emotes. She's so cute. Oh my goodness. But that's what I do, is I give it a give or take, because I think it's unrealistic to try and convince yourself not to critique yourself when you hear other people. So I just try and give us both a thing. If I listen to someone else and I say, oh my God, this part's so good, I can't do that, then I go, what can I do that they didn't give that I think should be there? And that's what I do. Because you never know. The casting person who's listening might think the exact same thought of you, where they go, wow, their voice is really pretty, but I kind of cared more about the tone than I did the voice, so I'm going with this person instead. And bam, that's you, right? So it just kind of depends. You gotta know what you're getting in. When I talk with people about doing the coaching series on Wednesday, I interviewed a lot of people, and they would ask, they're like, well, how do you pick? Like, what makes me good or not good? I don't have any experience. And I'm like, it's not about being good or not good. It's about the characteristics that I'm looking for. And if you show those to me, I'm going to let you join. So what can you give me? You know what you're not good at, but you also know what you're good at. Can you give me what you're good at? So that's always what I look for. Okay, so we're not emailing files. We're doing the form. Okay, so let's see what roles we can use. So he, him. Okay. She, her, open casting. Okay. We can do this. Now, they want my name and character name. Yes, they do. I'm not giving them 3 lines of dialogue. That's not how I roll. So we will do 2. All right. Here we go. Why are you so crude anyway? I wish I never accepted the support of the eugenicists. That's all they talk about when I'm dead. Nope, they'll. That's not what that says. That says they'll. Da-da-da. And that's one of those things that happens is we don't read the word right. Also, that sounds like a very comedic line. Yup, that's all I'll be, a racist white supremacist. Well, okay, let's fucking do it. I guess I fit. I'm not racist. I'm not a white supremacist, but I mean, I am white, so okay. I can be the comedic joke. Let's go. I know, right? Well, I think if I'm reading this right, yeah, fictionalized version of the historical birth control advocate. So my guess is that she is probably like making a joke about how like she was fighting for something that's good, which is birth control. But because she was talking about that, the eugenicists went, yes, we should have birth control because such and such people shouldn't be allowed to procreate, right? And so she died with her work being associated with them, and now she's like, fuck me. Like, because she didn't want to be associated with them. That would be my guess. That would be my guess here. So I'm just going to do it in my voice. You'll get canceled for this in 5 years. Fox Daddy, if this is what I get canceled for, the internet is being generous. There's so much more shit that I could get canceled for. And it's like, it won't be on purpose. But I'm sure we all grow. 5 years, a decade from now, something I will have said now will be something that's not, now you need to know. No, it's just something I will have said now will be something that I either don't believe in the future because I will have grown and learned, and become less ignorant, or the ideas and commonplace belief around it will have changed 5 or 10 years from now. And so people will look back with the current lens in the 10 years on a past situation and they won't use context. Happens all the time. It's just how the world works. It's fine. Cancelization will come for me one day. That's all right. Oh, did y'all see? So I got my Jack Skellington shirt on today. He's super cool. And then I put on skulls on my necklace. Let's see if I can give you a big boy view. I put skulls on my necklace to match my Jack Skellington shirt. So we are all laid out in skulls today with Jack and with my big old skull necklace. Thank you, Leah. I appreciate it. I like to look punky cute. I keep trying to find, Christmas is done, yeah. Literally. I keep trying to find, my lipstick did pretty well today. I'm able to get it like in a dark shade, but I keep trying to find a darker or a different kind of black eyeshadow because it always ends up being lighter than every other shade that I'm in. Speaking of skeletons, oh my god. So y'all know how people are on the internet are awful, right? It's so funny because I was telling Fox Daddy, Leo, you might have already been in here, about how like YouTube has been underdoing my views, but then it took one and brought it up to the normal view rate, like 1,000 to 5,000, and then all the others are getting like 100, which is like really bad, right? Please, if you're good at eyeshadow, please find one for me. But this reminds me, because that one that it said, oh, okay, we'll share this one to what we usually do, which is in the thousands. All of the comments are back. They're always usually mean, but like all of the comments are back on the skeleton insult and like the ghost insult. That's what made me think of this, where they like call me the Grim Reaper and they call me a skeleton and they call me like a ghost. And it's so funny to me because I'm just sitting here like, baby, you realize this is not an insult. Like, you're looking at a goth girl. Why do you think I'm insulted by calling me a skeleton? That's a compliment. Like, I don't. It's so funny to me when people post shit like that. Oh my god. Someone who was so funny. I think I left this comment on. I usually just delete comments and block people because I'm like, if this is first of all, if that's the best insult you have, you need to get better at your insults. You're a little bitch who needs a better insult. I was saying much worse shit. Again, I'll get canceled one day. But secondly, if you have any being inside of you that feels the need to be negative on anyone's content, I don't want you in my community, right? So get the fuck out. So I block and I delete comments and shit. Honestly, the Grim Reaper is a sick ass name to call someone. Like if I was a fighter or something, that'd be my fighter name. Exactly. And sometimes I leave a few of them up because they're funny as shit. Like sometimes I think there was one on TikTok that I left up that was like, there was one on TikTok I left up that was something about like, I can't remember the word they used. There's a word they use now for like a drug dealer, like a drug supplier. And it was like, name of drug dealer is weird, but she's chill, I guess. And I was like, is this an insult? Because that's a compliment. Like, not only, you just called me weird and chill. That's all I ever want to be. Like, what? I was about to say I leave mine up because they make me giggle. Yeah, it depends on what it is for me, and how harsh they're coming with the energy. And also, I am a huge, adamant supporter of fuck people. You don't need to leave things up. You don't need to let anyone be in your space. I don't give a shit what they said. They could be the nicest person on the planet to you. If you don't want them here, take them out of your space. So I block and I hide a lot of people. I don't give a shit. But there was one commented today, which was the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. I like straight up hearted his comment and replied to him, even though I think he was trying to be insulting. Have y'all played Baldur's Gate 3? This man commented something like, who knew Withers was doing D&D content? And for those who don't know Baldur's Gate 3, Withers is the fucking, like, undead zombie skeleton man with the voice of, like, the guy who does the fucking, like, bird nature documentaries. And he just revives your party character. So every time you talk to him, he's like, ah, I see you've done the thing today. And I was like, yo, it was so funny. I genuinely was like, I don't know what I replied, but I hearted his comment and was like, thank you. This is like the best thing anyone's ever said to me. I was like, if you don't think there are Withers thirst traps on my TikTok For You page, you are incorrect. I fucking love Withers. It's so funny, bro. Someone commented on my recent TikTok saying Nugin, and I still have no clue what it means. I'll Google it. What the fuck does that mean? Wait, I'm gonna look it up right now. I have no fucking idea what that means. What does... Let's see. Oh my god. It just means new generation. That's all it means. It just means new generation. It's just like Gen Zs or Gen Alphas or people trying to insult you for being the new generation. That's so dumb. You don't have a better insult? I tried Urban Dictionary searching it, but I didn't understand it because it made no sense considering what it was about. Yo, yeah, exactly. They're just commenting on you being, like, young. Like, what? What? That's so fucking funny, dude. That's so funny. I love that shit. That shit is so funny to me. Urban Dictionary said it meant I was a loser. Yeah, that's probably is, like, what they're saying, right? Like a young, stupid person. Makes sense. But, like, it's crazy to me how bad these kids are at insults. Like, there was one time in person when I went to see the Dungeons and Dragons movie. It was literally a TikTok of me showing my first crochet project. God, I love dumbass people, Leah. That sucks, and I hope you blocked that bitch, but, like, that's so funny. Who comes across a crochet video and is like, you're a loser? Anyways, so it's so funny though. There's one time I was in person. I went to see the Dungeons and Dragons movie, and I was in my usual getup, more so than what this is, because I usually wear a decent amount of chains and stuff. Yeah, the algorithm, literally. And the movie theater I was going to was in a mall, so you had to go through the mall and to go into it. So I was going up in the mall. I was on the phone with my sister, and I passed this group of, like, teenager girls. And I just hear one go, "Goth, bitch!" And then the entire group laughs. And I swear to God, I was on the phone with my sister. I heard that, and I bust out laughing. I literally was like, ha! Ha! And those kids were so fucking scared because I bust out laughing. I was going up the fucking escalator trying to not die laughing and trying to be quiet about it. I assume they heard me. Maybe they didn't somehow. But I was laughing so hard because all I could think was, that's the best you have? The best you have is to call me a bitch? That's it? All you can say is a goth bitch? There's so many things you could have called me. You could have called me a slur. And the best you can say is goth bitch? What? I literally had to compose myself outside of this fucking 4th floor movie theater. Because I was about to walk down there and give them better insults. Because I was like, you don't have anything better? Like, this generation's so bad at being mean. Start running full speed at them? Literally. Literally. Oh my God, it was so funny. Like, at least the men who would try to pick me off the streets when I lived in the city alone, at least they were, like, creative about it, right? Like, the amount of times I would go into a place, this is gonna sound crazy, I would go into an area that people like me, and that's all I'm gonna say, shouldn't have been at, and I would get groups of men who would start doing the very slow follow of, like, right, like that as you're walking, and then they would say things like, "What you doing in this part of the neighborhood?" Right, like they're out of 1920s gangsters, or I've had dudes like get straight up in my face. I've had dudes come very close, if not to touching me. I'm like, do I want that? No. But like, the teenagers that don't have good insults and are still trying to be mean, you don't have balls, bitch. Like, don't try and be mean if you don't have balls. These men got balls. Mentally, the newer generation is a little softer. They have led so many to end themselves from being mean. Truth. We're just old enough to hear real bullying. I'd fold for a 20s gangster man. Yeah, because I lived in Philly for on and off for about 6 years because I was there for 4 years for college. And then I lived straight for 2 to 2.5. And I just lived in the city by myself. So a lot of places, there are some places I went to do some jobs, to meet some people, that I should not have tried to pick the bus up at, I shouldn't have taken the train to, etc., etc. And there are a lot of times that literal groups would, like, follow me. Didn't matter. All the safety tips they give you of, like, being on the phone, not wearing headphones, none of that stuff mattered. I was on the phone for a lot of them when people would say things to me or follow me or get in my face. And it's, oh my god, it's so funny. You get me. A clean suit and an accent? Yeah, fair. Well, they didn't have that accent, but I wish they did. No, I'm kidding. But, like, it's crazy. It's funny because oftentimes the thing that gets them to stop, because you have to be really careful when you're, like, dangerous situations like those, because if you look the way I look, and I was not gothed up, mind you. I was looked like nothing on, casual clothes. But when you are in an area that you are not supposed to be in, again, I'm not going to say more on that for obvious reasons, and you are not supposed to be in as in the general residence, believe you are not supposed to be there, not like, you shouldn't be there because blah, blah, blah. You have to be really careful when you are my size and my weight and look the way I look. Started acting like a little tweaker so they walk away. Yeah, Leah, yeah, so yes. You have to be able to size up people really fast. Because with the size and the weight and the appearance that I give, I didn't have a lot of options. Because I cannot intimidate these people. They won't believe it for a second. I can't be rude because since I am not intimidating, if I am rude, they will simply take that insult and get worse. Because they'll be like, what the fuck did you say to me? Right? And they know that they can take me in any way you want to take that word. So I cannot be rude. I cannot be mean. But the problem is if you are not those things, then they still push further because you're being submissive. So they know that they can take you because you're submissive. So I was very much in this spot of, like, I couldn't be submissive. I couldn't be polite. Because if I was, it is letting them in to do whatever they're trying to do. But I cannot be forceful and mean because then I risk being stabbed, being shot, being whatever. Because they know that they can beat me in a fight. So I was on this barrel of, like, what do I do? And sometimes, like, acting crazy does work. But if they have been following you and you've been normal up to that point, they don't always, especially if they are not on drugs, right? Like, if we're not talking crack addicts and stuff and that nature, that's a whole different story. Because those people you can just ignore, avoid, do whatever you need. If they're, like, on their correct mental length and this is their territory, they're not gonna believe that you're crazy. At least they won't believe me because I'm not threatening. So, oftentimes, my best and only decision was if I was far enough away, it was ignore. It was entirely straight up ignore, keep walking, don't change your facial expression, move. And believe it or not, I can outspeed a lot of people. So, provided they're not going to pull a gun on me, which is a scenario, but I was mostly out well, they would still do it in broad daylight where I was. But it wasn't usually going to happen. I had a little bit of privilege in that scenario, but provided that wasn't happening, they weren't going to pursue me with as fast and as much as I ignore them. But I did have scenarios where I couldn't leave or I couldn't get away, right? And so the only energy I was ever able to give that would actively make people, after they had like come at me and confronted me, turn the other cheek, turn away, stop doing it, was like brat energy, like rich white girl, like stereotypical energy. I had a man once when I was waiting for the bus in the wrong neighborhood that I shouldn't have been waiting for the bus in, and I didn't realize. I was on the phone actively talking to someone because I knew I shouldn't be in this neighborhood. I was trying, but I couldn't call an Uber because by the time the Uber got there, the bus would have gotten there anyways. And you can't walk while you're waiting for either one. So I was on the phone to try and actively avoid people coming to me and trying things. Didn't work. I had a man who straight up, I'm not joking, this is me, on the phone. I had a guy who was over here, I was pretending to ignore because I'm on the phone, saying some shit, comes up right here, to my face, with his face, and goes, "Bitch, did you hear me? I'm talking to you. Hello? Like, bitch, did you hear me?" Like, right in my face. And the only thing I could think to do was, I'm not kidding you, this is exactly what I did with him right here. Exactly what I did was, "Hi, I'm on the phone, okay? Thank you." And I put the phone back to my ear and like did an eye roll and kept talking to the person on the phone. And this man was so shook that I had the audacity to white girl rich bitch and be like, "Excuse me, I'm on the phone," to his face, that he stood there for a second. He was like, "Oh, and walked away like it wasn't worth his time. And I was like, I've seen women pretend to be deaf, and that sometimes work. It's a hit or miss. Yeah, they're persistent and scary no matter the circumstances. I'm scared walking behind women or even towards them. I hate that I could possibly make them feel in danger. Yeah, Fox Daddy, it's one of those things. Yeah, no. To start talking to you is one thing, but to get in your face is another. Yeah, and see, the thing is, right, if I wasn't 5'4", 100 pounds, in that neighborhood, which is a place I shouldn't have been in, I would be able to be like, "Yo, you better back the fuck up and not get in my face." But that doesn't work when you look like me, fatherless behavior. When you look like me and you sound like me and you have things. So the only thing I could think to do was rich bitch it. And he was so shocked that anyone would act that way. He was gonna try and fucking follow me and jump me, but other people started coming to this bus stop, and someone who came up was a mother with a stroller. And it dropped out of her stroller an iPad as she was getting the stroller on the bus. And instinctively I went, "Oh, miss," and I picked it up and I said, "Here you go, you dropped this." And she goes, "Oh, thank you." And if there's one thing I will say, people who are in that sort of forceful, harassy nature that aren't off their mind on drugs or whatever aren't stupid. The second I did that, even though he's still standing and hanging around this bus stop, clearly trying to cause trouble, I followed the mother in, and the second I helped her and everybody else at this bus stop and on this bus saw me help her and the mother say thank you, he didn't sit by me, he didn't follow me out, he stopped looking at me, because I watched him. I was like, I know what the fuck you're doing. Nothing. He didn't try jack shit, because he also tried to get in line like right next to me. And the second I helped her, he was like, "Nope. She just helped a mother and her child. If I go after this girl, everyone on this bus is gonna come after me." They're not stupid. I'd catch a charge over that shit, because what the fuck are you getting in someone's face, or even think you're superior enough to pick someone up while acting like that? Well, and that's the thing, is, so they were not trying to pick me up in the sense of, like, sexual. Everyone that I've had an encounter with is not trying to do that to me, which is kind of crazy. They're more like, I don't know the word. I genuinely do not know the word. It is always about power. I don't know the word to describe it that is not like a discriminatory term. And that's why I don't have a word here, is because I actually don't know what word I should use. I do know the commonplace word, and I know you're actually not supposed to use it, so I'm not going to. But it could they have done those things to me? Sure. But I genuinely think their intention was more, this is our territory, and you're not supposed to be here. So that's why it's very like, okay, all right, I'm leaving. Even the pathway that I would use to walk home when I lived in Philly was like a back alley street, and it was smaller and it was darker. But those people, yeah, you get what I'm trying to say. Because I don't have the language for it. Maybe one day I will. But it was more of that energy, and so you have to be really careful, because they're not just looking to like pick you up and like are gonna get angry when you say no. They're looking to like rob you, leave you for dead. So it was very much like, oh, I need to be careful, but they're also not stupid. So the mother thing saved me. No. I don't think gangster or thug is discriminatory. But those are not like, I'd say talk to me once you own a plot of land here. Oh, I see what you're saying, because it's like the city. I don't think gangster or thug is discriminatory. I don't know about gangster, because I don't know that that's the terminology. There were definitely gangs, but usually gangs don't get up in your shit unless you're like really like purposefully doing something stupid. Like there were a lot of gangs in Philly, but generally speaking, if you were the type of person who they could assume you didn't know, they didn't fuck with you all that much. So you could call them you know what's funny? You know what's extra funny? I have all these stories, and to be fair, I do have stories of men trying to do it in a sexual way. But actually, those were not, those were like, those were not like random dudes off the street. They're usually not the ones that pursue. My life is something else. It was while I lived in Philly. What I was gonna say is it's really funny that, I have all these stories, all these encounters and stuff like that. They're nowhere near as bad as a lot of people have to deal with growing up in Philadelphia, or out in the outskirts or in certain places, right? I was in Center City, and these things still happened. So I was in the quote-unquote safe part. I was in the gentrified part. I can say that, right? Like, it sucks, and it shouldn't be happening, and gentrification should not be happening anywhere. But that was the part that I was in, because that's where I had the apartment. That's where the tourists went. That's where the police were, right? Like, so that is where I lived in Center City. Yeah, gentrification, absolutely. It shouldn't be happening. We should not be forcing anybody off their out of their houses or off their land or any of that shit. And unfortunately, with gentrification, because it's a bunch of white people, because it's a bunch of richer people that come in and force people out of their homes and shit, that's Phoenix to a T. Yeah, because it is that, because they're richer and they're wealthier and they're white, they bring with them the police force. So unfortunately, it is safer to some degree. And me being the size I am, me being the weak I am, like how weak I am, I had to stay in a safer area. It's all I could do. So I don't support it, but I see it. And so that's where I was at, and these things still occurred to me. So there are other people who have much worse experiences and much more life stories and could say a lot more about Philadelphia, about the counties outside of Philadelphia, and their lives, and they've gone through a lot worse than I've gone through. I'm privileged enough and I'm thankful enough to be able to say that, like, none of these instances ever led to something damaging to me, which is incredible, because that's not the case for a lot of people. But my point is that all of what I've said, all of the things that have happened to me when I was living in Philly, even though they occurred, I loved and still love Philadelphia. I would go back and live in Philadelphia. I adore Philadelphia. And it's so funny to me because everybody's like, but it has like a huge amount of crime, a huge amount of violence. You've experienced a huge amount of shit. Like, how did you enjoy living there? Why would you want to go back? I don't know. I just really like it. Sometimes you find a place and it just clicks with you. And like, some of the pros outweigh the cons. Or at least, the cons don't happen as much. Things like that. And I really liked it. I love the energy of the city. I love the walkability of the city. I love so much about it. I really, really liked Philadelphia. Versus a place that's like when I was looking for other places to go besides Philly, because I felt the need to leave, for obviously to start creative endeavors, not but I wanted to leave Philly. I looked at other places. Like, I went and I visited Boston, and I was like, oh, maybe I'll go back to my roots in like Boston, New Hampshire. Hated Boston. Hated it. I thought I was gonna love it. I remember walking around Boston and going, oh, I hate this. I hate the energy. I don't like the people, the vibes they're giving me. I don't like how the sidewalks were. Like, every little thing, I just didn't like Boston. I was like, don't like this energy. I did like New Hampshire, but the problem is New Hampshire is like woods and nature, and I don't drive, so they don't have public transport, so I literally would be stuck. So that doesn't work. I love New Hampshire, and I liked Vermont, but couldn't do Boston. So it didn't work. New York City I've been to, and I like New York City, and I could live in New York City, but only if I was doing a purely creative job full-time like I want to be doing. Then I could justify living in New York City. I could not, under any circumstances, see myself working a full-time job that is not a creative pursuit in New York City. I would want to fucking die. Me with Phoenix right now, you can definitely pick up on bad energy or just energy that doesn't align with you. New York City is great to visit. I wouldn't live there. You're considering moving to New York City, Leah, yes. And Fox Daddy, I totally get you. That's what most people feel like, is New York City's fun to visit. They wouldn't live there. I went there twice. I went there twice, both to see Broadway productions. And I'm a city girl. I love people. I love noise. I love hustle and bustle. I wish we weren't so car-centric, again, because I can't drive. But so I actually really like walking the streets of and the energy of New York City and their places. The reason, but I agree with you with not wanting to live there, because if I was anything but an actor, a voice actor, a content creator, full-time, paid my bills, did everything in New York City, I think I would go crazy, because the idea of walking to a corporate job, to sit at a desk for a 9 to 5, or to like work as a bartender or a waitress, when you have to deal with all of the shit that happens in New York City, only to go back to a really shitty tiny apartment. I couldn't do it. And I don't drink, I don't go clubbing, I don't do those kind of things, so there wouldn't be an outlet for me. And it's too much. It would have to be purely creative. It's like going to Cali. Cool to see. Yeah, I have no desire to move to California. It's between Seattle and New York City. I've been to neither, so I have no clue which. City girls, we up. Seattle is so walkable, and I love that. I saw a friend who moved to Seattle. She loves it, but it's just not the cost. You saw Lion King on Broadway? Lion King is so good. I saw the Broadway tour. I never saw that one on Broadway. But Lion King is excellent. I got to see Hadestown on Broadway, and I think we talked about it because I missed Patrick Page. Boo. And then I saw one that I really, really wanted to see because Hadestown was more, I went to England in 2023 for a vacation for like 10 days or so, and so I had to fly out of the New Jersey Newark airport, so we went to New York City to see a show, and then went back to Jersey because it's easier than going there from Philly, and so it was the show that it was available to see, so I went to see it. The one that I wanted to go see, that I went from Philly to New York by myself, because I was like, I'm fucking doing this, because the first time was not by myself, and I loved the whole trip, walking the streets, everything by myself. It was so amazing because I'm a very self-isolating person. And if I don't feel like I can live there by myself, then it's a no-go. The one that I went to see that I wanted to see and I was so passionate about seeing, and I actually went early because they closed it with like a week's notice. And I was like, shit, I gotta go. Is The Grey House, which is a horror play that like Matt Pat from Game Theory produced. Excellent. It's a horror show. Y'all know how much I love horror. It was really, really worth it. Tried taking my mom to see Lion King when she visited me. She saw the ticket prices and said no. That happens a lot. I definitely tend to lean towards the expensive cities, unfortunately. I grew up in a very small town in Florida, so all I crave now is living in major cities. Same. Loved OKC, but I'm from Oklahoma, so I may be biased. That makes sense. So you guys both speak truth. I didn't grow up in a small town. I grew up in like suburbia, but I have absolutely no desire to drive. And I like city bustle. I like being able to go places by myself. I like walking streets, things like that. So public transportation and stuff. And so the thing that cities are always expensive. That's just how it works. I have no desire to go to California because I don't think California, like Los Angeles, San Francisco, etc., is walkable. And their public transportation doesn't exist. I don't give a fuck what they say. They don't have public transportation. I've never been there. But from the research I've done, I don't think it's walkable, and I don't think their public transportation exists. I think it's like suburbia level public transportation. So you would have to drive. So it doesn't help me. The only way it helps me is that technically you have to be over there in order to get a creative job. So frustrating. New York City can walk anywhere you want, right? You can get on the subways. You can go wherever you need to go. And I'm pretty good at navigating that kind of stuff. Seattle, I don't know. I have technically Rachel Lore time. Here we go. I have been to Seattle, Washington, when I was younger. I think like 12, 13. Unfortunately, can't tell you if it was good or bad, because I don't remember it. I don't have memory is usually the phrase that I say. I don't know if I've said this on stream before. I genuinely do not remember things that have happened to me or with me in my life. It's usually not great, but I assume it's covering up some sort of trauma that I don't remember, which is great. Unfortunately, it takes a lot of the good things with it. So I know that I've been to Seattle. My family said I went with them. They have pictures of me there. I have no memory of ever going to Seattle at all. So, unfortunately, that's how it works. I have such a love-hate relationship with cities like LA. My mom tried to drive in New York City. I tried to warn her not to. Bro, you cannot drive in New York City. Absolutely not. Seattle, woo! I'm missing a chunk of memories from my teenage years. Oh, I'm glad it's just not just me, Fox Daddy. Yeah, I was definitely like old enough to remember it. I was 12 or 13. Don't remember it at all. I do not remember a single thing. I don't remember what year we went. I don't remember anybody suggesting we go. I don't remember getting on a plane. I don't remember what we did. Nothing. I did not even know, essentially, that we had been there. I knew because I was like, I think I've been to Seattle. That sounds like I would have been there. The words sound familiar. But I didn't really know. My family literally had to go, what do you mean? Of course we were all there with you. I was like, don't remember it. I don't remember it at all. I have absolutely no idea. I don't know. It happens with a lot of things, and it sucks. Again, I assume it protects me from something, or at least I hope it does, because if it is just whatever this is, whatever the neurodivergency is that steals my memories, if it is just taking them, and it's not protecting me from the bad ones too, I'm gonna kill it. I'll never know, I guess. I don't remember my childhood whatsoever, but I have very few random memories I have. Like what my mom got me for Christmas one year and having a garden at one point. It's so random. Yeah, it's really weird. I wish... I guess it does happen to other people, because you guys are saying that you have ones too. I don't know. It's just strange, because it seems like there's no rhyme or reason to it. Because, like, little kid things I can get, where it's like you might not remember this there or that here. But it's so weird to me to be able to say, like, I don't remember being 13. I don't remember being 17. I barely remember being 20. Like, it scares me sometimes because I worry that it's like early onset dementia and shit like that. My time in Florida was short. I just remember these twins that I think wanted a threesome with Teen Fox. You're getting modded. Oh, Fox Daddy, that's so funny. You better be careful. You know my bot's gonna come in there. He's gonna say, shh, don't say those words. That's so funny. Oh, my Lord. Bro, that's crazy. Did you do it, Fox? Actually, maybe don't tell us if you did it, Fox Daddy. Because if it was Teen Fox, I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Please don't tell me, actually. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. Okay, let me do this little audition here. We can keep talking about memory and shit, though. I don't mind. I'll check the chat in between me recording some stuff. So let's see. Why are you so crude, anyway? I wish I never accepted the support of the eugenicists. That's all they'll talk about when I'm dead. That's all I'll be. A racist white supremacist. Do you believe in God? Why are you so crude, anyway? I wish I never accepted the support of the eugenicists. That's all they'll talk about when I'm dead. That's all I'll be. A racist white supremacist. Do you believe in God? My name is Rachel Schumacher, and I'm reading for the role of Margaret Sanger. I hate fucking slates. I hate fucking slates so much. 13 was such a blur for me. I just remember getting my first death threat, and the police had to come to my school and house. Excellent. Someone clip that with no context. Yeah, literally, people are gonna clip that shit. The part of me saying, I'm a racist white supremacist. What other part, Fox Daddy? What other part? What other part? They don't need to clip it, because by the time this community is big enough, voice AI will have a full fucking recording of me. No, Fox Daddy, stop. But voice AI will have a full labyrinth of my voice, and it'll be claiming I said all sorts of shit. So, like, oh, Lord. Wonder if I can save this little bit of like, my name is such and such and I'm reading for such and such. I hate that shit. Okay. I gotta put it towards the front. Oh, I can switch you guys over to the DAW. Oh, Isotope's not up. Isotope, Isotope, you gotta join me, Isotope. There it goes. I want to put those fuckers up here. Thank you. No, no grease. Brain? Absolutely not. Think of literally anything else. Hell is forever, whether you like it or not. Had their chance to behave better, now they boil in the pot. 'Cause the rules are black and white, there's no use in trying to fight it. They're burning for their lives until we kill them again. Fucking hell is forever. And it's meant to suck a lot. Silly question, what song would you pick to have you sing using AI? Yes, it does make sense. What song would I pick? I mean, I'll put the statement out there of like, don't ever use my voice for AI for anything, so people can clip that shit. But in the theoreticals, if they used it to make my voice sound super beautifully perfect, what would I love to sing? Honestly, it's less of what song would I want it to sing, and more of I would want them to like. Do you know what was it? Nightcore, where they would take vocals and they would shift them like super high up for dudes and super low for ladies. That's what I would want it to do. Is I would want it to take my voice and make like the bass tone of it, so it's still me, but it's bass, and then I could sing like all of the Oogie Boogie, and those style songs. That's what I would want. Yeah. Elton John for you? Hell yeah. Yes, Nightcore. Oh my god, Nightcore used to be so big. So fucking big. I don't know, man. I don't know. But most songs I will sing. I won't necessarily sound good, but I'll sing them. I like to sing. Growling is a thing. Try that. What do you mean growling a thing? You'd go with Eminem? Okay, Leah. But you could probably rap Eminem. I feel like you could do it, right? I was gonna say, I feel like you could do it. I think you could just rap it. I guess some people can't rap, but I don't know. I feel like I can rap. That's probably the worst possible thing I could say, but I feel like I could rap. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, bro. I don't know there's actually, I might know the lyrics to one rap and one rap only, and it's only gonna emphasize the fact that I shouldn't be rapping. Let me scroll up here and see what it wants me to title it as. Your name, character name, brackets, hyphen, okay. This forever, whether you like it or not. Your name. Character name. Oh shit, now I gotta go look at her name again. Margaret Sanger. Save. Cool. I can rap to written raps. Hidden talent. Hell yeah, Leah Lore. We now demand a Rachel karaoke stream. Oh no. Stainless by Logic is where I found that talent. Hell yeah, more stream lore. We love it. Extra stream lore. Let's go, Leah. Bro, I'm gonna make you fucking rap for me now. This is gonna be a requirement. They wanted an MP3. God fucking damn it. I would love to do a karaoke stream, to be honest. Love to do a karaoke stream. Maybe that's what I should do. Is I should get people on to do karaoke shit. I like what's the thing that Cutie Cinderella does? She does like the Christmas concerts. I'm not a Christmas person, so they're not as fun to me to listen to because I'm very much like, ugh, Christmas music. But doing like a normal karaoke version of that would be fun. Yes. Oh, Leah, you're going to. You are going to. You're going to be a part of it, whether you like it or not. But I'm glad you like it. That's good. I think the only thing... There's maybe one or two things that I'm checking these characters. Oh, I can bring you over. See if there's anything else for me to voice here. Okay, we can probably do this one since it's any. So there are a few things that I can theoretically rap, and I want to say it's if you count the Legend of Zelda rap from Smosh all those years ago, that I can do. And then if you've ever seen Let It Shine from Disney Channel, I feel like maybe I would know a few of those words. Those are the only two that I feel like I know those words. Everything else I would have to learn the lyrics, and then I could rap them. I feel confident rapping anything as long as I knew the lyrics ahead of time. But those off the top of my head, I might be able to do a little bit of. The Legend of Zelda rap, that shit never left my brain, because that was peak Rachel. So that should I know. The L to the I to the N to the K. Wears tights every day, don't give a damn what you say. Got bigger balls than even Evil Knievel. And he's not gonna stop till the world is free of evil. High School Musical? Yeah, we got High School Musical. Absolutely. You can't freestyle? Yeah, freestyling's hard. I think I could, but I'd have to practice for a bit. Because I have a... Oh, this is Rachel lore that you are never, ever gonna get to hear. So, don't expect to ever hear these. I do have a file on my phone that I, like, take videos. I make the video black. So I'll just put it down on, like, a better or something. I take videos and I record myself, like, singing original, like, songs and lyrics off the top of my head. So, and I have a whole folder on my Google Drive of just original pieces that sort of come to me, of songs, of poetry, of writings, everything. So I can freestyle, in quotes, because I do that. Gotta hack me. I do that. I am not confident in it to where I would do it publicly. But I have freestyled in a sense. Yeah, for me, I usually only get like a chorus or something that will stay with me, and then I just don't write the rest of it. So if I would love to hire like a songwriter who can finish it out with the energy that I want, and then like I think one time on Fiverr I paid somebody to like write me a track. It was fine. It was okay. It was whatever. It was a good track. I just was not at a place where I could do it because I couldn't even get the lyrics done. Yeah, I would love to have somebody else collaborate to where they could make music for it and like me write lyrics and stuff. I would love that. But I do like emo musical theater, which is not a genre. I just combine my love of punk emo with my love of musical theater, and I make it its own genre. I don't know, man. The only thing that fits that attitude, there's two. There's a rock musical, which is fucking god tier shit, and if you've never listened to it, you better go listen to it. There is a Death Note the musical with Jeremy fucking Jordan on the English concept album, and it has toured and been done in both Japan and Korea. It's incredible. I personally think it's the best version of Death Note, and people can crucify me for that. And then there's a shitty one, which is the Andrew Jackson musical. You're on your SZA type songwriter shit? Hell yeah. Or jazz. Okay, write some jazz up in here. Okay, alright. I feel you. I'm not a big jazz person, but that's okay. That's okay. We all got the shit that we like. It's okay. It's so fine. Oh, death water. I had this, I used to be a cleaner for a bit, for like freelance money. And I had this lovely woman, who I used to clean for. And her music taste was, like, gospel soul. And it might not be my genre, but damn, when you co-clean with a beautiful mother who is playing, like, classic soul gospel off of her speakers, you guys are just cleaning cabinets in the kitchen together, it was excellent. I was like, well, you about to get me into soul just because you're playing this and this is a good time. I did an original rap for my high school talent show. Fox Daddy, if you still have that, I expect to see it. I love jazz because it fits my vocal range more. Oh, fair. That's a fair point. That's why I like emo punk, because you don't need a vocal range. I can sound like shit and do whatever punk song I want. So also I like musical theater, because my natural singing voice is vibrato. For most singers, especially nowadays, that's not. You have to train vibrato. They usually sing more like Olivia Rodrigo, Taylor Swift style. I grew up doing theater since I was like 4 years old. So even though I can't sing necessarily well, or at least I don't have a good tone to my voice, I have a natural vibrato. It's just the way that I naturally sing. So I like musical theater songs because all musical theater is vibrato, somewhere, shape, or form. Don't think it was recorded. Boo. Boo, 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 boo. But yeah, so emo and musical theater are like my genres, because I like those. Emo, okay, if we're gonna talk technicalities, emo is just the energy that I like. Musical theater I can sing, right, because the natural vibrato. The part of emo that I can sing is the vocal, the flips. I don't mean flips like how Ariana Grande does her, like, little trills. I can't do that shit. When I switch between head voice and throat voice, or chest voice, it sounds disgusting. I can't do it. The switching of passages is really hard for me. But the flips, I've always been able to do because I speak glottally, which I can explain that if I need to. But a lot of my words, I have got glottal stops. And so when I sing, it's very easy for me to do the, is there a song I can think of that does it? Why do good girls like bad guys? Like that thing where they go like, ah! And they like do that. I can do those really easily, and I do those naturally because of the way that I talk. You can't do musicals? That's fair, Fox Daddy. Musicals are not usually what people... It's funny because what you're good at singing is usually what you grow up being surrounded by. And I grew up surrounded by musicals, which is why naturally when I sing, I hit vibrato. I don't have to train it. I don't have to hold it. I mean, if I wanted to be good at it, right, like to be able to take care of it a little more, I would train it. Obviously, I'm not a trained singer. That's not what I mean. But like naturally, if you told me to just sing, there will be vibrato in pop songs that don't have vibrato because that's how I grew up. And so my vocal cords and my brain just attuned to that. But you can't sing R&B? Aww. Yeah, I had this question for a really long time. Like, here he goes, long time. And he sort of like goes like that. That can be really difficult if you don't glottally speak naturally. And if you didn't grow up listening to that kind of music, you're like, what the fuck is he doing with his voice? But I speak with glottals naturally. So those are really easy for me to do. And then I grew up musical theater with vibrato. So that's why those are the two that I'm like, I can sing these two. Don't always sound great. I'm not always on pitch. Can't always get the speed they want right. But naturally speaking, those are the two that I do the best at. If you had to throw me something, that's what I would pick because of those two things. Because most scene and emo songs at some point glottal it. Especially Falling in Reverse. Oh my god. That motherfucker loves that shit. What was the other one I was listening to? Oh, it was still Falling in Reverse. It was the 9 o'clock on the dot and I'm hanging with her friends again. Great taste, beautifully laid in your, or beautiful place and you're fashionably laid. And I don't want to be that guy that makes you sad, that makes you cry again. Like all of those. Yeah, that's not me trying to do it. It's just the way that I sing. So, emo, thank God I'm a goth punk because I can do it. Yeah, it's just funny. But that was what I was listening to earlier. And then musical theater doesn't really do that, I don't think. Sometimes they do. It depends on what singer you get. But they have a bit more of like emotion to their voice, which is kind of nice. Okay, let me do this one character here. We'll read this paragraph. Oh, I got a slate. Here we go. My name is Rachel Schumacher. Reading for James Joyce. I was a flower of the mountain. Yes. When I put the rose in my hair like the Andalusian girls used, or shall I wear a red... What? Shall I wear a red... Yeah, nope, I'm not doing this. Fuck that shit. Nope. Have I ever mentioned how much I hate stream of consciousness? With a burning, fiery passion? Oh, I can bring you guys back over the window. Fucking hate stream of consciousness. I ain't doing that shit. Fuck that shit. We'll be done with this one. Because I can't. I do not like stream of consciousness. Okay. I'm feeling philosophical. Can y'all speak on philosophy? I love hearing other people's things. Hell yeah. Shoot me with whatever you got, Leah. Theoretical questions on philosophy. I love that kind of shit. It'll also be easier because then I can do voice lines, wait for you to answer, voice lines, wait for you to answer. Hit me with whatever you want. I'll talk about anything. I'm an open book. Let's see. These are MP3s too. Oh, let me submit from that one thing though. Name, I will submit that. We did do one audition. We might as well send it in. gmail.com. Oh, I can turn the music back on too, now that we are not on the episode. If it will play. Find out real fast if it'll play. Oh, jeez. So it really does not like to play. This shit's crazy. Play the fucking music. Don't be a little bitch. He's being a little bitch. There it goes. Okay. That way it's not silent for y'all, because I would go fucking crazy. If I had silence, I think I'd go crazy. Let's see. Probably like to there's probably good. That's about 40, 45. Yeah, that's probably pretty good. Genuinely just whatever your take is. I'm keeping the question broad. Are you an existentialist, absurdist? What aligns with you? Girl! It's a good thing we friends, because you have just hit my queen of queens. You have just hit one of my top shit. Hold on. Let me attach this file. You tell me what you are and your thoughts are while I attach this file and submit this, because I'm about to go on a big long spiel. You hit it. Wow, you really came in here and said, let me just hit it right off the bat. Let's see if she even knows what these words mean. Oh, I know what those words mean. So you tell me yours first. And then I'll give you mine. You show me yours, then I'll show you mine. Oh, hell yeah. Hell is forever, whether you like it or not. Had their chance to behave better, now they boil in the pot. The rules are black and white, there's no need to try and fight it. They're burning for their lives until we kill them again. Fucking hell is forever and it's meant to suck a lot. So give up your dumb endeavor and you don't have a shot. Okay, that's submitted. Excellent. All right, let's do this audition here. Character name, your name. They want MP3s and they want an email. Okay. Go ahead and copy and open another tab that you don't get to see. Oh, you must be writing me a paragraph, girl. I hope you're writing me a paragraph. I want to hear all your thoughts on philosophy. I want to hear every little word on what you thinking. Fucking hell is forever, whether you like it or not. Had their chance to behave better, now they're boiling the pot. Cause the rules are black and white, there's no use in trying to fight it. They're burning for their lives until we kill them again. If hell is forever, then heaven must be a lie. Okay. So no honey and Capulet. All right, got it. Avery. A nervous wreck. Avery often has a hard time keeping her confidence together backstage, often nervous about their next performance, if she's going to be able to remember her lines in such a short time. However, these nerves always seem to be a distant memory the moment she's in the spotlight, melting into her character of the cult spirit, playing them so naturally you'd never realize prior to this she wasn't sure if she'd be able to hear the cue over her heart racing. Aww. Avery's voice should be shaky, but not cracking all the time. Mid-range. Sounds like she's usually on the verge of tears, but also able to suck it up sometimes. Her character's voice should be breathy and creepy, like a reanimated corpse of a young girl. Okay, so character is breathy, creepy. She is a bit, like, shaky, on the verge of tears. We can do that. Let's do this.
I swear I'll actually go on stage when it's time, but I don't think I have this delivery down just yet. Huh? What are you doing? Is this in the script? Oh, I wasn't ready for improv. No, I can't. I'm sorry, I just can't. You want me alive, don't you? I thought you loved me more than the pain, more than your mortality. That's what you said, right? I swear I'll actually go on stage when it's time, but I don't think I have this delivery down just yet. Huh? What are you you doing? Is this in the script? I wasn't ready for improv. No, I can't. I'm sorry. I just can't. You want me alive, don't you? I thought you loved me more than the pain, more than your mortality. That's what you said, right?
Should have given you a screen warning. I'm sorry, chat. I could write so much more, but I'm more of a verbal explainer, so hopefully that paragraph... I might have checked you. I don't have the paragraph. My mod might have botted you for something that you said or for something that's very long. All I've got is I could write so much more, but I'm more of a verbal explainer, so hopefully that made even the slightest bit of sense. Did you get modded, my friend? Or did you send it to my Discord? Because I'm not gonna read it if it's on my Discord. What? Yeah, I think you got modded. Yup. I'm sorry, I have it on the highest one. You did not? You didn't get modded? Are you sure? You're absolutely positive? I don't know. That seems pretty suspicious to me. Fucking hell is forever whether you like it or not. Had their chance to behave better, now they boil in the pot. 'Cause the rules are black and white, there's no use in trying to fight it. Okay. And then we do that. Okay. I said schizophrenic. That's the only remotely bad thing I said. Well, see, that line came through, though. So that couldn't be the word that got you caught. I don't know. Maybe it's got a word limit or something. I have no idea. I just put it on strictest settings. I don't know what it actually does. But if you want to try and retype stuff, you can. If not, what I will give you my brain thought process. So, yeah, break it down. Oh, there we go. All right, I just got a big old paragraph come in. Hold on. They want MP3s. They wanted character name, my name. All right, let me put this in a new file, new folder here, and then I'll read your take. This is Lost Reprise. And this is Avery. I think they spell it weird. Yeah, they do. Avery. Okay. Avery. And then me. Okay. I have an odd take. At risk of sounding schizophrenic, I genuinely just do not believe in anything. To me, we don't know anything for certain. Life could be meaningless, life could be a simulation, life could be this whole game of who gets into heaven or hell, no one really knows. I believe in questioning everything rather than believing in anything at all. I don't believe much in good or bad, I don't believe in religion, but I still enjoy learning about those things. I try to be as objective as possible at all times, especially when it comes to beliefs and all. Yeah, that's a very interesting take indeed. I'm kind of on the same boat with you, where I don't particularly believe in anything. I will say, you used a very specific word that I have always liked and resonates with me very strongly. Although I do agree with what you said. And I do think it's similar to how I think, where I'm just like, I don't really believe in anything. Have dashed my to this email. Please let me know if you need anything else. I'm just gonna finish this. Okay. But the word that you used, and the reason why I was like, oh, you asked the question, that's my shit, is existentialism. Because I read The Stranger in AP English my senior year of high school. And I loved it. I loved every second of it. And I loved learning about existentialism, talking about what it meant from an intellectual perspective, all that kind of jazz, what he was trying to say with his book. Actually, Albert Camus is one of the few authors where I've read more of his books. I read The Plagues, I think is the second one, and I gotta read the third that he wrote. So existentialism is essentially, for folks who might not know, it's the idea, what's the word that starts with an N? Oh shoot, it's not nepotism, it's like, shoot. There's an actual word for, like, nihilist. Thank you, nihilism. Thank you. So, it's very similar to nihilism. They both have the root thought process of nothing matters. What you do in this life, what you say in this life, what anyone does or says in this life, anything that happens on the earth, anything that happens in space, anything that happens anywhere at any point in time does not matter. The universe and the world will move on regardless. Nothing matters. That is the root core of both nihilism and existentialism. Nihilism sees that as a negative. So they go, okay, nothing matters, and so everything kind of sucks. And why should I give any shits? And blah, blah, blah. Sort of more of a pessimistic outlook. Existentialism stops the statement there. It's nothing matters, period. It's apathetic. It's not a good, it's not a bad, it's just, okay, cool. I don't really care. Like, I don't care that nothing matters. I don't care what impact I have on this world. I don't care what you do in the world. I don't care what happens to me when I die. I don't care about a legacy. I don't care. And that's existentialism. And I fully, like, attach and kind of, like, that's my shit. Existentialism is my shit. I love how Albert Camus put a name to and a face to and a feeling to existentialism. They didn't really have words for it. They didn't define it as that before he existed, before he wrote his shit. He put a description to it. He put a feeling to it. I loved it. I resonated with it. I love his other books. They don't all deal with that, but The Stranger in particular does, and that is where I fall when it comes to philosophy. I don't think anything matters. I don't care what's real or not real. I don't particularly believe in anything. I don't give a fuck what a legacy is. I don't give a shit how other people think of me. None of it matters to me. And that's just kind of my energy. It's kind of my vibe. I do what I find enjoyable, to the best of my ability. I have things I would like to do that are fun. But I don't care. I simply don't care. I don't have the negative outlook on it that nihilism does. It's very apathetic. It's, alright, that sucks. We're gonna die one day. Oh well. Like, okay, cool. Oh, other people died. That's unfortunate. Yeah. So, that's kind of my whole philosophy thing. I'm a big existentialist. You create meaning in your life. It doesn't have meaning besides that. Correct. Yeah. I'm just another being that exists. I live with what I have. I do with what I do. I have opinions. I have thoughts. I have things I like. I have things I dislike. I have experiences I want to experience. I have things I don't want to experience. I don't particularly... There is nothing that I could do. I do not give a shit if when I die, the world has no idea who I am or who I was. I don't care. I'm not a Hamilton girly where it's like, I want to live a legacy, or God help and forgive me, I want to build something that's gonna outlive me. I don't care. I don't give a shit. I'm dead. There's no heaven, there's no hell, there's no purgatory. You just stop existing. So, like, who cares? None of it matters to me. I have, to the point where I do not ever think about why I'm here. I do not ever think about what comes after you die. I do not ever think about if there's a being that created us. I do not ever think about, I don't. It's so funny to me, the people who are like, do you ever wonder, like, what happens to us when we die? Or, if, like, are you ever, like, thinking about, like, the creation of the earth? I'm like, nope. I don't give a shit. I don't care. None of it bothers me. I never think about it. I don't care at all. It's a really weird thing that not a lot of people get, but I don't mind, right? Because I don't expect people to get it. There's obviously going to be some sort of curiosity or welcoming or comforting that different people find in different things. I don't care enough to try and find something to comfort me. So it's never bothered me. I've never given a thought to, like, a soul or dying or heaven or hell or whatever the case is. I do wonder, but I don't fear it, you know? I'm like, it's life. I'm curious, but I don't think on it all that often. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, it's totally fair. I grew up Catholic, so, like, there's all the ideas of what things can be, but as far as I'm concerned, once I no longer have consciousness, it doesn't matter. Like, I am all for, this is going to be a little bit of a weird jump, but I'll get back to it. I am for medically assisted suicide, because if I got to a place where I was brain dead, I would want them to kill me. Because I'm brain dead. So, like, what's the point of keeping me alive? You almost hope it's just all black and just done. Yeah, I've told my family this before. I'm like, if you, for whatever reason, keep me alive, or, why let someone suffer? Sure, but I don't even think they're, so, yes, that's on the medically assisted suicide thing. If we're talking brain dead, that person's not suffering because they're not there. So, like, or coma. That, like, they're not, sorry, but they're not there. Like, the consciousness, not there. So it is whatever. They're not suffering. Just put them in a box or burn them in ashes. Like, but it's very much where I'm like, told my family, I'm like, if you want to keep me alive in a scenario where I don't have consciousness, I guess do whatever the fuck you want, but, like, don't be doing it for me, because I don't give a shit. If I don't have consciousness, I don't care. I don't care with consciousness, let alone without it. I've said that to them about, like, dementia stuff too. I'm like, with all this stuff that I don't remember currently, that I should be able to remember, if there comes a day when I have actual dementia or I legitimately do not remember things, kill me. Do not ever suffer through dealing with me having dementia and not remembering people and feeling upset and hurt because I don't remember my loved ones. Just kill me. Because I won't care. Like, that would be suffering for me. Like, I'm not aware, but I just want to die. Fair enough. Is that something that runs in your family? Not that I'm aware of, no. Not that I'm aware of. I don't think it runs in my family at all. Very few states in the U.S. allows that. I don't know if any allow medically assisted suicide. If I get to a point where I can't wipe my own ass and need nurses to do it, kill me dead ass. Yeah, I get that as a joke. That's a little different, right? It's one of those things where if as far as I'm concerned, if I am not there mentally, I don't care what else is happening, just kill me. If I'm there mentally and it's a physical problem or something like that where I need assistance, don't you fucking dare. The only thing that matters to me is my consciousness, genuinely. Everything else can be figured out. It might suck, but it can be figured out. So like Maine, New Jersey, Vermont, New Mexico, Montana, Colorado, Oregon, Washington, California, Hawaii, and Washington, D.C. Really? I'm surprised they allow it at all. That's crazy. Damn. Okay. Interesting. Does make sense for some of the more southern states. Maine. Okay, Maine and Vermont. Rare dub. Yeah, it's one of those things where I'm like, I get that there are things that you need to have. Like, I would not let somebody just straight up sign a paper and consent to it. Personally, I would require somebody to have a psych eval, because you would want to make sure that whoever is agreeing to, like, yes, please kill me, is fully 100% mentally stable and in the right. Because if they're, like, depressed or if they're not mentally there, of course they're gonna say that shit and then have no chance to regret it. There's a legal process. Okay. Because you've gotta like I say crazy shit when I'm fucking upset. So you would have to make sure that someone is fully like able to consent and able to think before that shit goes down. But you should have autonomy. You should have autonomy over your body. And that includes whether or not you want to be here, whether or not you want to be alive. Sorry, but that includes that. That is autonomy over your body, as long as you are an adult and they can psych eval you and shit. Then that's just kind of how it goes. But yeah, I don't play any of those games. I'm like, bro, there's no reason in putting other people through that, because I don't care, right? Like, if I cared, there'd be difference. But I don't give a shit. I live in the now. I've always lived in the now, and I always will live in the now, especially with my memory issues. I don't live in the past. I don't live in the future. I live right here and now. To the point where on days when I'm like sitting in a chair and doing nothing or waiting, like on a Tuesday when I'm waiting to get on a live stream for a Wednesday, I'm literally sitting there like, frustrated out of my mind because I'm not immediately doing something in this exact second. Like, I consistently need to be doing something at all times of the day. Do you care about the organ donor shit, or is your family just taking care of everything? I'm requesting to be studied by science after I die. I know most people are requesting to be studied by science. Again, literally everything, I don't care. It's the existentialist in me. I don't give a shit. Do my organs whatever you want. Use me for science. I don't care. I'm dead. Like, do I think you should use my body for science? Sure, but I don't care. I'm dead. Do I give a single shit if you bury me versus cremate me? Sure, do something that's better for the environment, but also, I'm dead. Like, I'm an organ donor. I'm not using them after I die. Fair enough, right? Like, it's really interesting because I would say my existentialism is so extreme that it even goes to the idea of like wills and stuff. Would I write a will where I'm like, this would go to this person, this would go to this person, this would go to this person? Sure. But ultimately, I don't care if you follow my wishes after I'm dead, because I'm fucking dead. Like, who gives a shit? I'm dead. Like, is it nice for you to respect something that I asked for? Sure, if you as a person feel like you want to give me respect by doing the things that I asked you to do, that's amazing. But there are going to be plenty of people in this life, especially if I want to be a content creator, who don't respect me long after I'm dead and long while I'm alive. And that's valid. You don't have to respect me. If you're like, nah, fuck that bitch, I'm gonna say shit about her that she didn't want said about her. Okay, do it. I'm dead. Like, what am I gonna do? Like, I already told my family no funeral wakes, just straight to cremation. Total control freak even in death, not gonna lie. Yeah, I don't mind wakes as long as there's no body. I don't really want a funeral at all. You can always haunt people. Again, I don't believe anything exists. So yes, I joke that I could haunt them, and I joke that I will haunt them all the time if they try shit, but in reality, if we're talking reality, I don't believe in any of that. So, like, I won't be haunting you. Karma's not real. Like, do whatever the fuck you want. I hope haunting is real. Fair enough. Fair point, right? Like, ghosts are fun and shit. When my grandpa died, he would watch soccer all the time because he was an Irishman. And so I took his room after he died, and the TV would come on to Irish soccer, middle of the night. Random times a day, it would just turn on to Irish soccer. And I would straight up into the middle of the room go, Grandpa, I'm trying to sleep. And the TV would turn back off. But I still don't believe in ghosts. It was cute, though, that he was talking to me. Don't believe it, but it was cute. Fox Daddy's like, I'm out. We're gone. Peace. We ain't talking about ghosts. Yeah, like, what's the explanation for that? I don't have one. But do I believe it was him? No. It's cute. I think it's a fun thing to be like, yeah, I talked to my grandpa. Haha, that was a haunting I had. But I don't. It's just not how I function. Because let's be honest here. If ghosts fucking existed, we'd have a lot more evidence. A lot more evidence. There wouldn't be cutesy little things where they fuck with TVs and all that jazz. No. Most of us would be fucked, first of all. And the existence of a ghost implies the existence of a spirit or a soul. And if there's a spirit or a soul, now we run into more issues. Unless you try and say that the ghost is your consciousness. But again, consciousness, as far as we're concerned, is attached to your brain. So you also run into issues. Only children and animals can sense them. Fair enough. Whatever lore we want to go with, I'm down for. Oh, it doesn't bother me at all. I don't know. Just I've never particularly cared. I'm looking down at like the people that are live on Twitch right now, and there are some days that I'm like, I wish I didn't stream to restream, because I would just raid so many of these people. Alpharad's playing Splatoon 3? Splatoon's my shit. Oh my god. Like, I would love to raid these people, but I can't because I'm on restream. So I don't think it would work to just raid from Twitch only. Not that I'm done yet. I do want to do these auditions. So let's try this one. Pronounce Sylvis. A mysterious... Don't you bring Foam Master into this house. Or Foam Star into this house. Don't you bring that knockoff bullshit game into my house. You didn't know, so I'm giving you a pass. But this is a Splatoon house. I fucking used to play competitive Splatoon, not on a team. Don't go looking me up. When I still had, like, good... I haven't played it in literally probably a year. But I'm a fucking Splatoon child. I love Splatoon. I love competitive Splatoon. Don't you bring no Foam Star in this house. I'm gonna very nicely and politely let you back out with Foam Star this once. Don't do it again, Fox Daddy. We don't do that shit here. Yeah, rivalry in the stream. We don't knock on my Splatoon here. Nothing, no competitors, no nothing. Splatoon's my shit, alright? It's one of my Nintendo babies. Oh. Okay, Sylvis, a mysterious young lady with an extremely calm demeanor. Sylvis, while slightly off-putting, is usually found with a very steady smile on her face and a posture that's almost too perfect. It's this perfect voice and oddly comforting aura that makes Sylvis shine on stage, as this energy seems incredibly consistent with that of her character, the cult leader. Sylvis's voice should be airy and calm, very gentle but underlyingly cold. Her character's voice is the exact same, okay? I don't play either game. I played FS during the beta and was bored. Yeah, because it's boring as fuck. Yeah. It's okay. Most people don't play Splatoon. That's alright.
You've proven yourself far from incompetent, so please don't be so afraid of yourself. I don't believe you have anything to fear. Is this what it feels like? To have final moments? To feel blood so far from my fingertips? To know my body is not scared of what's around it, but me? There's a voice in the wind that runs through these curtains. No, 1,000 voices. All trying to be the loudest, yet the most they give me are these bumps across my arm. You've proven yourself far from incompetent, so please don't be so afraid of yourself. I don't believe you have anything to fear. Is this what it feels like to have final moments? To feel blood so far from my fingertips? To know my body is not scared of what's around it, but me? There's a voice in the wind that runs through these curtains. No, 1,000 voices, all trying to be the loudest, yet the most they give me are these bumps across my arm.
Okay. Twitch just completely crashed and you missed the past 2 minutes. You did. I'm a Splatoon baby, and Fox Daddy mentioned foam stars, and I very politely said, you better get that shit out of my house, because Splatoon is my baby. Ain't nobody be talking shit or about any competitors. So that's pretty much all you missed, though. So no biggie. Now I gotta put this little creepy line of dialogue together. Hell is forever whether you like it or not. Had their chance to behave better, now they boil in the pot. 'Cause the rules are black and white, there's no use in trying to fight it. They're burning for their lives until we kill them again. 'Cause hell is forever. 9 o'clock on the dot and you're hanging with her friends again. Great taste, beautiful place, and you're fashionably late. And I don't want to be that guy that makes you sad, that makes you cry again. Sorry about fucking all your friends. What? Na 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 na. No 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 no. Sad I won't be able to see season 2 of Has-Been. Why not, Fox Daddy? Why can you not watch season 2 of Has-Been Hotel? Although it'll probably take years for it to get there anyways. Woo, that was a normalization we didn't need. Okay. Nothing to do with how you look, just another excuse to write a hook. I'm letting you know I want your best friends. Okay. You got rid of Amazon Prime! That's okay, Fox Daddy. You just use the old-fashioned bootleg stuff, that's all. There are plenty of ways to bootleg shit. Boy, YouTube Music just does not want to work today, huh? Holy shit, you guys. I keep trying to have music in the background and it is not happy. Oh my god.
Stop losing sleep on
Oh,
your
see,
period.
now it's got an ad because it doesn't like... It keeps logging me out. That's the trouble. Damn. It is not happy. Okay. Well, I'll let it run its little ad, I guess. And then I'll try it again, because it keeps logging me out. Holy shit. I know, right?
Love this ads. This is such good music you're playing with these ads.
Let's see. Okay, we can do this one. Oh, yeah. No, that's an absolute good reason to get rid of Prime. Because who should have the fucking ads? That's ridiculous. And you're probably... You guys will have to tell me when we're on ads now for this, music thing, since it keeps logging me out and refuses to let me actually, like, stay logged in. Because you're gonna get ads now because it's not running. But yeah, no, now we're on ad watch, literally. That's a actually super valid reason to get rid of Prime. And frankly, it's probably what a lot of people were doing if like Netflix and stuff adds them too. That's why we bootleg everything. Like, I bootleg fucking Thai BLs and GLs. I can figure out where to bootleg everything else. Ad blockers work too. Yep. Valve. Stubborn and underlyingly mischievous, Valve has an attitude, a determination, and most importantly, a strong passion for what she does. While there is a side of her more open to shenanigans, she's typically very critical towards others and hands out criticism as she sees fit. Regardless, it's this conviction and dedication to her craft that makes her performance so interesting to watch with each decision, especially as her calculating nature feeds into her performance of the politician's daughter. Valve's voice should be a balance between stern and compassionate, leaning more towards the former, slightly nasally with clear emotions. Her character's voice should be very composed yet mischievous, very knowing and able to get what she wants. Got you. Alright, let's give it a shot.
Well, maybe if you spent more time working on your form instead of praising yourself for it, there would be less for you to muck up. Don't be silly. People flood into those seats just to see us. And the fact they keep coming back each week speaks for itself, don't you think? And yet it's not doomed. You know why? Because we know what he doesn't. What we're capable of. Regardless, we still have the ace. Well, maybe if you spent more time working on your form instead of praising yourself for it, there would be less for you to muck up. Don't be silly. People flood into those seats just to see us. And the fact they keep coming back each week speaks for itself, don't you think? And yet it's not doomed. You know why? Because we know what he doesn't. What we're capable of. Regardless, we still have the ace. Hell is forever whether you like it or not. Had their chance to behave better, now they're boiling the pot. I'm gonna fight it.
Who's even influenced by ads? I never bought anything from an ad. Truth. I love these lines. Yeah, the lines are good. Yeah, no one buys anything from ads. It was like... They're the same thing that like sponsorships are, right? When for traditional TV, they were just sponsorships because in traditional TV, they weren't trying to get you to buy the product. They were trying to get you to remember the name of the product because there was no other way to get it into your household. Nowadays, we have Twitter, we have social media, we have TikTok, all sorts of things, right? But back in the TV era, that's all they had. Was if you didn't... TV was the only way they could get something like their name out to you to hear it. And so that's why they would have ads on TV. It wasn't to get you to buy something. It was to go, listen, 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 look, our name. So that way when you would go to the store, you would go, oh, wait a second. I know that name. I remember that ad. They must be good or something. I remember them. And so you would go and you'd buy the thing, and that's all you would know about it. Whether it's good or not is up to you, and it's kept to you. And that is, and what's funny about it, is most people, ads did used to be fun, that's true, but most people are actually comfortable with ads. They just don't they don't realize it, but what they don't like is the way that current advertisement runs. Because here's the thing, I will watch all sorts of YouTuber and live streamer events, right? Whether it's esports, whether it's dodgeball, chess, whatever. Yeah, love the ads on Cartoon Network. Exactly, right? I will watch all sorts of those things, and all sorts of those influencer events have sponsorships. They don't call them ads anymore, but they're ads. It's the same exact thing that TV used to do. And yet we watch those, and we're not upset with the ads. We're not upset with the sponsorships. We just kind of shrug and go, okay, let them pay for it. And the reason why is because those ads do one of two things. They either do exactly what the original old TV ads used to do, which is, insert cool thing here, right? Like you guys are talking about Lunchable ads, Tricks ads, etc., where they let the person who's doing the advertisement throw flair into it, and so we get enough of a chuckle or a smile that we can go get a drink while they're talking and come back when they're done, and it doesn't bother us. Or they do the exact opposite, where instead of having fun and tree flying whatever for it, it is very clear that they are going, hey, we like supporting these things. Thanks for letting us put our ad here. Go play our game. The ads that we don't like are the sales pitches. They're the ads that are trying to go, buy this thing, buy this thing, buy this thing, buy this thing, buy this thing. Traditional TV ads did not buy this thing. Traditional TV ads were, what's the fucking dude? The dude, Old Spice, good for your body. Or like, Tide Pods will help you stay clean. They weren't, go buy the Tide Pod, it's $50 bajillion off right now, blah, 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 right? They're 10 minutes now with no skip button, but remember, you couldn't skip them on TV. So I don't think the skip button's the problem. I genuinely don't. I think it's the type of ads. I think they don't treat the viewers with any respect anymore in their ads. Because when you used to have old TV ads that you couldn't skip, you would watch them and you would feel like they're at least trying to tailor to an audience. The cereal ads were fun and energetic. The Old Spice ads were funny. Some of the man ones were like sexual. Some of the lady ones were like cleaning progress. TV only had 15 to 30 seconds. YouTube wants longer ads. Yes, but it was multiple groups of 15 to 30 second ads. So the topic of the ad might change, right, for the next 30 seconds, which might be enough of a trigger for your brain to go, oh, new thing, right, which is fine. But again, when that would happen on the TV, it wasn't, ugh, another ad. It was, okay, an ad. Like, I get that YouTube has super long ads that sometimes you can't skip, like minute-long ads. I get that. And sometimes it's annoying when one ad keeps going. But I genuinely think it's the style of the ad, not the ad itself. Now, there is something to be said for repetitiveness, right? If it's repeating on every single video you see, which is a bad part of the algorithm, that also can lead to like, oh my god, it's this thing again, I can quote it. But I don't think it's repetitiveness alone, because we loved shit like OxyClean repeating all the time. We loved shit like call 1-800 dun da 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 cash now repeating all the time. I think it's because we have and demand more control. I've seen ads on YouTube, they're so boring and uncreative. Boring and uncreative is absolutely a part of it, right? There's a reason why everybody likes the Super Bowl ads, because you're waiting to see what's going to happen and how creative people are. So absolutely boring and creative is a thing. Yeah, it's my money and I want it now. Exactly, right? So creativity is absolutely an element. And that's why I think sponsorships that are like for live events are still something that we tolerate, because they're a little bit better with giving people freedom, or with being so unobtrusive and straight to the point that we don't care. Auto parts, yeah, exactly, right? So that's the thing, is we are in an era where the companies are getting paid by you watching it. They're no longer getting paid by your reaction. Old-fashioned TV ads had to have you knowing their name. They had to have you talking about them. They had to have you buying from them. Because if you weren't saying good things, if you weren't buying from them, they would go out of business. So they needed it to be catchy, they needed it to be creative. Even if you didn't like the product, they need you saying good things about their name, because then someone will buy it from you remembering it. Modern day ads don't have to do that. They don't need you to like them. They don't give a shit. There's so many voices, so many platforms, they don't need you to care. You can hate them all you want. They only need for the platform to say that you viewed it a certain amount of time so that they can get their money from saying you viewed it, right? So, I don't think I've seen a Dorito ads either. I don't know for sure. And maybe Dorito Mountain Dew, but I'm not sure. But that's genuinely where I think it at. Because here's the thing. I watch a lot of Thai BL and GL. So in Thailand, these are major productions, by the way. These are not indie shows. These are put on the major, like, #1 network on Thailand. They are produced by the network on Thailand. There's a thing that Thai TV shows and movies do where their product placement to a Western eye is egregious. I'm not kidding. They will have literal scenes of the show where someone will come in and it'll be shot like a commercial, and they'll place down, like, let's just say Pepsi. They'll place down a Pepsi bottle and they will open it like this so that you're looking at the logo, and then you just see the hands and the bottle. You don't even see the person. And this is a normal TV show that you turn into every week, or a normal movie. It'll be a shot of the bottle, the hands opening it, and then you'll see the person literally do this to drink it with the label out. And they'll go, "Oh, I love Pepsi. Did anybody else get Pepsi?" This would be like if Game of Thrones did that. That's the kind of shit I'm talking about. And then they'll talk about Pepsi for a minute, and then they'll go, well, I like Pepsi because it's really refreshing. Yeah, I've heard that about Pepsi. Okay. And then they'll go back to the plot and start talking about something else. And there won't even be a Pepsi in the next shot. Indian programs are wild. I don't think they are even that crazy. Yeah, no, these are literal things that happen in Thai shots. But here's the thing. One, because people in Thailand are used to it. But two, even me watching it, I don't mind it. Because I know it's an ad, and I know that they're saying, like, clearly scripted, look how amazing Pepsi is things. And there's shots of, like, the Pepsi can or whatever it is, right? But it doesn't bother me because the ad is not going, buy Pepsi, buy Pepsi, buy Pepsi, buy Pepsi. even though they're saying like these scripted words and stuff, I'm still watching two characters do a scene. Sure, they're doing a scene about Pepsi, and it will last like a full 2 minutes. I don't know how to describe it, but like Westerners would fucking rip things to shred for trying to do that. They rip things to shred for having a pop can in the back with the label out. I would hate how unnatural it feels in the middle of the show, and that's totally fine. Right? Like, it's okay to be like, oh, that's not my energy. But like, it harks back to the era of like, see, I don't give a shit. And I think that's just personal preference. But like, to me, the Thai ones especially hark back to the era of Tobuscus, where people would create skits with the product rather than just read an ad read. And to me, I prefer the skits. I would prefer that ad of someone, of their hands opening the Pepsi, taking a sip, and then being like, babe, do you ever drink Pepsi? But it's refreshing. And the other person's like, shush, you and your carbonation. That's, you, why are you drinking Pepsi? You always talk about Pepsi. And they're like, okay, well, if you want any, I'll get some. And then maybe they like spill it on the desk. And they're like, oh, you spilled my Pepsi, babe. Now I'm gonna go buy another one. Right? Like, it's staged and it's forceful, but it's a skit. And for me, I prefer that. A lot of people don't. But I like that shit. There's a big trope in BL where makeup wipes and like facial cleaners will sponsor these shows. And so they will have literally, out of 10 episodes, they will have 7 or 8 episodes where there's a scene every single episode where they'll open these facial cleaner wipes. And one of the boys, BL and GL stands for Boys Love, Girls Love. So just like gay romance. They will have one of the characters that is like the romance partner of the other one, and they're in like the flirting stage, take out these facial wipes and go, don't worry, babe, I got it for you. And they'll start like rubbing down their face with like the facial wipe while it's like in view on the side. And they'll make it like sexual and flirty. Like, they will straight up be like, let me get the lips and shit with these facial wipes. And they'll be like, isn't such and such brand just so good for your face? And they have like these little moments in there. And I love it. I have no issues with the fact that this is a skit with a brand name and they're saying the brand name, because I think it's fucking hilarious, or I'm fucking... like, I love it. I love the fact that they literally took a brand and they said, yeah, we're gonna, like, flirt with each other while I use this to wash your face. Like, you hate the smell of face wipes? That's fair. But that shit's just, I don't mind it at all. It doesn't bother me. I like the skits. I don't know. It's just part of the genre. And so I think it's so funny. Not that we're right or we're wrong, but when Western people get upset about just a pop can in the back of a shot, not even mentioned by name, you just see the logo, and they get so upset about how blatant the marketing and sponsorship is, when there are literal other countries who are like, they didn't even say the name. Our on-brand AAA theater shows have literal 3-minute skits with products. Why are you so upset? Like, and that's okay, right? I'm not saying it's wrong or right to be upset or not upset. I'm just saying that sometimes it's funny to me. I realize how privileged I am from the viewpoint that I stand on when I go out and I watch these other things. Yeah, right? And that's totally fine. And there are some things that other countries do that I don't like. The product placement doesn't bother me. What does bother me? Korean shows Korean interviews and a lot of other Asian country interviews will add laugh tracks, but not like reality show or not like a sitcom laugh tracks. I'm talking like they'll add in cartoon noise effects and they'll zoom in on people's faces and add like big eye emojis in actual sit-down interviews with actors of shows. It drives me fucking crazy. Like, there are like interviews for this shit will be an actor being like, they'll be like, so did you have fun playing your role? And then you'll hear a huh? Sound with a question mark on the screen, and the other person will be like, oh yes, I had lots of fun. And then it'll be they'll put the red cheeks blush emoji on them, and it'll go the aww Segoy and like on the screen. Yes, everything is so cartoony, and it makes me so angry. I literally cannot watch interviews or anything with actors like that. And it sucks because I love watching interviews and talkbacks with actors, but I can only do it with my Western actors because that shit drives me so fucking crazy that I can't do it. Whereas something like ad placements would drive other people crazy. So like, that's one of the things, right? It's like, it just kind of depends what your energy is, but it's something that I like experiencing at least a couple times because it's interesting to know how that comes about, what that says about the mindset of the people, and things to keep in mind, right? When we talk about cultural differences and things like that, are things like that. Maybe that's why a lot of Asian countries have such a strong parasocial and abusive relationship with things like idols and TV stars, and how you can't have partners if you're a sexy TV star, right? You can't say you're married. You can't say you have a girlfriend. You have to be doing this all the time. You have to keep this, right? Maybe that's because when they sit down and they interview an actor, they treat it like it's a joke. They treat it like it's a cartoon. They treat it like the people aren't real. So maybe that, because that's been the norm, it's bled into the viewers being like, well, of course, they're not real. They're a character, right? Like parasocially attaching. It's entirely possible that this is a cultural circle. And it's interesting to see how it comes about, what it means, what it says. So that's kind of where I run in it. It's very interesting. But I love another aspect of Thai shows that I love that a lot of people they just can't watch Thai shows because of it. The professional shows don't use professional equipment. I'm talking like there are literal scenes where you can barely hear what the actors are saying because what the microphones that they're using to pick up these actors, you can hear the background, like traffic and cars. You can hear the wind rustling the microphone. Like, sometimes the shots are like out in public. There's no lighting. There's no nothing, right? And these are professional shows. These are if Marvel came out with a show. This is the type of content that they're putting out. And I like that. I really like how indie their big boy shows feel. I like that there are scenes where it's not all perfection and no facial, like everything's perfect. There's no acne, no hair out of place. The clothes are perfect. The setting is perfect. The sound, like, do I wish sound and maybe visuals were perfect? Yeah, kinda. But at the same time, I'm such an acting baby. I love watching people act, and that's kind of the primary thing that I watch for. That I don't really... I want to be able to understand what you said, but it's in a different language, so I'm reading captions anyways. Reading subtitles anyways. That I'm just here to watch performance, and it feels very natural, and I like that. I think they have a really loose group on reality in all aspects of life. I think they've been raised, especially the women, you have to look like a cartoon, have a cartoon body, have a cartoon voice, make cartoon noises. Absolutely, right? There's so many countries where different perceptions of people are very like, this is what we do, this is what we fit in, and this is how we go. They are very much a society that is, like, one for all, and that's it. You all sort of work as a group for each other to do things. China and Korea have the worst look on beauty. Yeah, the thing is, too, like, it's a little bit of our fault, because they want you to be, like, super white. Where did they get the idea that they want you to be super white in order to be pretty? I wonder where the idea of you need to be white to be pretty comes from. I wonder where the idea of you need to be skinny in order to be pretty comes from. Right? So, not to say that there isn't cultural roots for it, because of course there are. Not everything comes from us, right? Absolutely. Not everything comes from Europe. Not everything does. There are obviously always going to be cultural roots of some things. But we do tend to colonize, and not just land, but we colonize markets. So we colonize magazines, models, TV, what gets shared across the world, right? What we put out there can get shoved to people. And sometimes we do have to take some accountability for it. Not always, right? There are a lot of things that we try to shove to the world that maybe are good, that a lot of places in the world are like, no. We don't want that, which is fair. My nose is not happy. This is why we always keep paper towels and stuff in the booth. I don't really do tissues. I'm not a tissue gal. But yeah, it's all sorts of things, you know? All sorts of things. And also, a lot of Asian countries, thankfully in some sense, because it meant they didn't get land colonized, audio's getting weird. Oh, is it the music? Or do we have ads? Oh, it's cracking. Why is it cracking? Sounds crunchy. Does it still sound crunchy? Huh. Why are we sounding crunchy? There's no crunchy in my headphones. Why do we sound crunchy? Like Saturday morning cereal. You don't hear it now? It might have been the, Wait, I have to know. Hold on. Is this the sound? Was that the sound? No? Okay. I had to double check because I was like, if that microphone fucking caught me blowing my nose, I swear to God. Very nice ASMR, yes. It sounded like when you're driving and the radio station starts to lose signal. Oh, I probably banged the cord then. Sometimes if I bang the cord, he gets a little fidgety. Which makes sense. Fair enough, I suppose. Could also be, again, the music getting crackly versus the microphone. Okay. You should do an ASMR vid for the Patreon members. Girl, you remind me. I had somebody comment on one of my videos. They went, Can you do an ASMR mommy video? And I hearted it and I commented, not for free. Literally, I swear to God, somebody asked and I was like, I ain't doing that shit for free. You get a lot of things for free on my Discord. I will say a lot of shit. Not my Discord, on my TikToks and my shorts. Even the live streams. I will say, yeah, I gotta tease them. Like, listen, I think what people don't understand is they need to hop into the live chat like y'all do. Because there's so many things that if someone hopped into the live chat and genuinely was like, will you say this for me? I will literally just say it. Like, I don't have a filter. I do not have shame. I will say whatever the fuck you want me to say. You just have to have the balls to hop into my chat and type it into chat. Like, you're constantly on my For You page. I love it. Yay! I'm glad. I'm glad to hear it. But yeah, it's one of those things where that would be a good channel point. If I could do that for Twitch, I don't think you can do it on YouTube, maybe. But if I could do it for Twitch, you know how you get channel points? I would make one of the channel point redemptions, like write a line for Rachel to say. And so like you use like 5,000 points and I'll say whatever you want. I think that would be a good channel point thing. That way people have to have been watching for at least a little amount of time. But they can't just hop in and then hop out. But I think that'd be fun. I think that'd be a lot of fun, actually. Let's see. Okay, no one left on this one. We can delete this one. I think this one is also March. This is March 1st. Oh, this one takes forever, though. I don't know if I want to do this one or not. What's this one? March 2nd. Yeah, we should do this one. Tip to say a line that get that money. Yeah, you're right. That'll be like the whole. Oh, it does not want to show you this casting call, huh? All right, let me zoom out a little. Yum, it does not want to see this one. How do I zoom? How to view? There we go. Damn, it really don't want to show you this one. That's crazy. There we go. Yeah, that's what it'll be. It'll be tips so much, and I'll say whatever you want. I would probably do like $5. I'd be like, tip me $5, I'll say whatever you want. What website are you using? I am not. I'm on Google Docs. Usually, this is the little like OBS scene that I use for Google Docs, so it usually formats well, but they must have really gone out to the edges on this one. You can't really read it anyway, so I don't know why I made it out. Fuck it. You just don't get to see it. Sucks to be you. You'll have to read in between the lines. I don't think you guys are here to read it anyway, so it's no biggie. Not that you need to. But this, I think, is a video game casting call that came out, so we want to do this one and we want to do it well. Yeah, because it came through no studio in particular, so long-term caster into Crystalla, casting several significant characters in preparation for the game early access demo. You play as a young warrior known on a mission to join the Raksaka Order in the magical world of Alar, ruled by feline creatures divided into clans under the watchful eye of 6 sacred crystals. As the world of Alar is befallen by a terrible corruptive curse that turns its creatures into monsters, your Raksaka Proving will become the backdrop to your destiny, wherein your choices and actions will decide the fate of Alar itself. Gaining the knowledge and abilities of other clans along your way, your journey to save the world of Alar will reveal much about its past, its secrets, and its inner poisons. Yep. Yeah, this is an actual role. This is $150 an hour, so we need to do this well. So let's turn in some good takes. They want waves. Awesome. Excellent. Your name, character name. Got it. And we're doing an email. Okay. Copy. Let me open an email tab. Till I kill them again. The subject line, Crystalla, your name, character audition. Okay. Forever, whether you like it or not, had their chance to behave better. Now they boil in the pot. There's no use in trying to fight it. The rules are black or white. All the auditions you do, how often do you actually get casted? Whew! That's a great fucking question. Maybe 10% of the time? That'd be every 10 out of 100. Sounds about right. Maybe a little less. But I would say that's probably usually the ratios, like 10%, 5% of the time. I'll get cast in something. I tend to get cast more when I break the rules of the industry and I just straight up ask people if they're interested in working with a voice actor. Because I do a lot of game jams, and so I will invade a game jam and I will message every single person who puts out a call being like, we're looking for an artist, we're looking for a coder, we're looking for a CG background designer. It doesn't matter if they say voice actor or not. I will message every single person. I'll say, hey, like, your game seems really cool. Would you be interested in getting it voiced? Can I be a voice actor for your project? That's a lot of what I do. I reach out to colleges to be like, hey, I'm a voice actor. You guys have an animation department. Could you please let them know that I'm an available resource in case they want to use voice actors in their thesis films? Most colleges are like, cool, we'll put you on our roster. I'm like, great. Those I get more than I get from the auditions that I do. What are these? Your name, character name. Okay, so my name first. Yeah, well, it's part of the whole thing of, because remember, they tell you in the industry, whatever you do, don't reach out to people. That's genuinely what they tell you. Is they're like, you can't do that when you're doing professional things. They'll never talk to you again. That's so unprofessional and so rude. So I do it for the indie market. I try to avoid doing it for the non-indie market. But I still will often do it anyways, even for the professional market, because it's part of the whole thing with my mentality of, fuck it, I'm no longer letting other people have control of what I want to do. They can eat my shit. If they find it rude that I reach out to them and ask if they're interested in working with voice actors, then I don't want to work with them anyways. They can kiss my ass. Sucks. Okay. Ooh, look, we even got a whole, okay, this is a big boy one. We even got a whole glossary. Okay. Oh, it's Eiler. So Eiler is the word of Crystalla, as you should, that's right. So Eiler, the world of Crystalla. Anagativa is the predominant feline species that populates the word of Eiler, divided into 6 clans, okay? Crystal are symbiotic crystals that serve as patron deities of each clan, bestowed with magical powers, okay? Elaria is a messiah-like figure of ancient Anagativian history, founder of the Roxakan order. Roxakan, okay. A cross-clan order of Angativan elders, warriors, scholars, and leaders. Roxaker initiates chosen from each clan to undergo a series of trials known as the Proving. The Proving is a ritual, competitive journey all Roxaka initiates, including the player, must complete to join the Roxaka. Dalamaze, a massive labyrinthian forest swamp in the Nisarga clan's territory, formerly a fishing village. Kotakaya or Koda, scientifically advanced rat-like people, mortal enemies of the Anagativa. I'm not surprised. If the Anagativa are the cats, then the Kotakaya would be their enemies if they're rats. Edom is a mad former king of the Koda or the Kotakaya that led his people in a war against Angativa, which is the cats. Okay. Udamis, the scholarly leader of Clan Lyumina and Mentor Pradaloon. Okay. So, the clans of Eiler. Nisarga is the forest-shrouded region. They have earth and flora. Kyoza is volcanic with fire and lava. Tandara is Tander with ice and frost. Sikomana is desert with psychic and cosmos. Psychic, nature, and cosmos. Liumina is light and stars. Mirtuna is death in the afterlife. Okay. So this is Pradaloon. They were up here in Udamis. So Udamis is clan Liumina, which is light. And this is Pradaloon, their apprentice. An initiate of the Raksaka currently undergoing her proving, just like the player. A member of the Lightbound Liumina clan, Pradaloon's current position is as an apprentice of her clan's leader, Chronicler Udamis, where she serves... That's how we pronounce it, yes? Yeah, okay. It is a lot to remember. I'm probably going to be going back up and checking things as well. She serves as a scribe and a cosmic cartographer. Under his tutelage, she has become a master astronomer and practitioner of Liuminian magic. As a fellow initiate of the Raksakan Proving, she is a direct competitor to the player, and much like other Liuminians, she doesn't take kindly to feeling inferior or the sting of failure. Her greatest ambition is to become an archivist of Liu, a grand position arguably equal in honor to the Raksakan Order. Okay. Pradaloon is a Liuminian scholar, and as a prime example of her culture, she carries a proudness and proper nature that can and is intended to come off as superiority over others. She's quick-witted and sharp, of mind and of tongue. Coupled with her academic background and aspirations of achieving a place in the Raksaka, she can come off as snobby or elitist. She can be boastful, arrogant, smarmy, and proud. Not without her reasons, given her strong prowess of magic and a long and fruitful academic career. But above all, she is proud and unwavering, like a light in the dark, a credit to the Liumina clan. Pradaloon's voice should embrace the pride, arrogance, and superiority of her lineage and her clan. Strong enunciations, a near doctoral fluency of language and elocution befitting her noble origin, if nothing other than to make sure she knows how to weaponize every syllable without questioning herself or slowing down. Got it. As an Anagativa, vocal performance can be taken with a creative approach to demonstrate their feline features, but not at the cost of performance. The client has specified that Pradaloon and other Liuminian characters should speak with a genuine British posh accent. Shit. Uh-oh. Why didn't you tell me that at the top? Oh no. Do you have any Americans? Shit. Well, there's no accent for this one. Okay, we can do this one. Okay. Alright, we'll try this one. Levita. Powerful sorceress and huntress from the Mirtuna clan. Renowned with her clan for her great abilities and her prowess for hunting wayward spirits, Levita's adventures brought her across a ranger from Nisar, Dibal. The pair fell in love and soon married, and in the same time since Levita has become pregnant with their first child. Now intent to build her life and family with Dibal no matter the cost, Levita's combat skills and magical abilities will be employed whenever necessary to protect that which she holds dear. As a member of the Mirtuna clan, Levita's life has been spent in the reverence and service of the afterlife. Her work hunting wayward spirits and tending to the grieving hearts of others has steeled her to much, but the joy of love and the hope of starting her own family has given her new appreciation for her life while she has it. However, carrying a child has limited her ability to fight, creating a vulnerability and need for support that the otherwise independent badass Levita is not used to feeling. Okay, is there anything she says that I need to go check for names? So we know Rock Soccer. We can probably look to see if they tell us how to say Debar. We know it's Eiler. And it should be in the name of Mir. Did they say how to say Debal? Down here they did not. Did they do it up here? No. And it is Mirtuna. Oh, Mirtuna, okay. And then we know it's Eiler. Roxakin. Maybe it's just my American accent that's making it sound weird, but I do think that says Roxakin. Roxakin. Okay, I'm gonna go for it. Alright, let's try this. Warrior by trade and mystic by birthright, her voice should demonstrate the toughness of her fighting skills, with an additional detachment of being constantly aware of the afterlife and her mortality. She's since discovered a softer side, based truly in the mortal life with her husband, which she can be conveyed at times. A lot of Levita's final dialogue will be written with Shakespearean diction, but should not sound like a performance, but rather a dialect. That's okay, honey. I love Shakespeare, so I got you. All right, let's go. Let's fucking go. Okay. All right, let's give it a shot. See if we can make this good. Declare thyself prey, or face tooth and claw. Oh. You are Rucksocker. Then the spirits hath pity and summon to me a champion. To the dead I am Huntress. To the living I am Levita. Careful, Rocksocker. Wayward spirits may seem harmless at a distance, but prey is always the most dangerous when trapped. Trust me, I'm a professional. My husband, Debal. He's been missing for some time. I did intend to find him myself, but in my condition, I cannot risk it. But you seem capable enough. Wayward soul of Eiler, your days among the living are long ended. Haunt this world no longer. In the name of Mir, I banish you to the world beyond. Okay. It's a good practice route. I think I want to give it a little more intensity. So let's try it again. Declare thyself prey, or face tooth and... God fucking damn it, I'm poofing! Stop poofing into the microphone, Rachel! Okay, let's do it again. We can do this. Declare thyself prey, or face tooth and claw. Oh. You are Rocksocker. Then the spirits have pity and summon to me a champion. To the dead I am Huntress. To the living I am Levita. Careful, Rocksocker. Wayward spirits may seem harmless at a distance, but prey is always the most dangerous when trapped. Trust me, I'm a professional. My husband, Debal. He's been missing for some time. I did intend to find him myself, but in my condition, I cannot risk it. But you seem capable enough. Wayward soul of Eiler, your days among the living are long ended. Haunt this world no longer. In the name of Mir, I banish you to the world beyond. Declare thyself prey, or face tooth and claw. God damn it, I poofed. Okay, try again. Declare thyself prey, or face tooth and claw. Oh. You are Rocksocker. Then the spirits hath pity and summon to me a champion. To the dead I am Huntress. To the living I am Levita.
Careful, Rocksocker. Wayward spirits may seem harmless at a distance, but prey is always the most dangerous when trapped. Trust me, I'm a professional. I'm a professional. My husband, Debal. He's been missing for some time. I did intend to find him myself, but in my condition, I cannot risk it. But you seem capable. Enough. Wayward soul of Eiler, your days among the living are long ended. Haunt this world no longer. In the name of Mir, I banish you to the world beyond.
Alright, we gotta get in here and cut a piece or two. But I liked it otherwise. I think it's a pretty good performance there. So let's get in here, make it a little tighter. Ooh, did I fuck that up? No, okay, it's fine. Make it a little tighter. Delete those extra bits where we had to repeat because we poofed. We didn't do it too much though. Yeah, okay. Delete. Oh, we gotta delete the older one. We don't want that in there. Okay. A little bit of it here. Now, one of these we flubbed up on. Yeah, it's that one. Okay. Ba-doop. Do. See, now I've got Splatoon music in my head. No! I love Splatoon, but Splatoon doesn't have words. At least not English words. God damn it. Is this the one that fucked up? Yeah, we delete that one. You gotta learn Squid. I do. I gotta learn Squid, because now it's in my head. Oh no. The voices in my head keep telling me I'm not alright. I don't know those words either, though. Shit. Da-na-na-na-na-na, like a suicide. Those are the only words I know. Fuck. It's not helpful. Oh, these are the days that I wish it could just be music that I know the words to, that get stuck in my head. But I don't get to make the choice. I'm afraid it does whatever the fuck it wants. We do other... Let's see if we can force other has-been songs into it. Do I know the... That's a good question. Do I know the words off the top of my head to, like, Stayed Gone or something? Welcome home. I'm gonna make you wish that you'd stayed gone. Something. Pistola. Alright, what is this character's name? This character's name is Levita. Okay, is it my name and then character, or is it character then my name? It is your name, character name. Okay, got it. Your name, then character name. Your name, then character name. Okay. My name. Character name. I don't think she had a last name. No. Cool. Save. Welcome home. I'm gonna make you wish that you'd stayed gone. To the new status quo. Okay. UK West Country. Specified no accent for this character. Okay, this is theoretically a lady, so let's try this one. Here we go, let me bring you back over. Woo! I need some death water. Ooh, I just stepped on my headphones. Might have gotten crackly there again. Okay. Rylotha. Spiders and other insects have never been strangers around the Dalamaze, but in recent months, as a miasmic curse spreads through the Isler, corrupting creatures of all shapes and sizes into horrible monsters, a spider can become so much more. Rylotha is the greatest, most horrible example in the Dalamaze. A simple spider corrupted to the gigantic size and now taking residence in one of Nisar's most holy sites, the Chamber of Echoes. As the curse corrupted her further, she has gained knowledge of the common tongue, and now she serves as a telepathic secret master to do their horrible bidding. Serves a telepathic secret master to do their horrible bidding, including luring unsuspecting pilgrims to the chamber by consuming the echoes of her victims' screams to use as her own voice. Ooh, I love it! Okay. Though Rylotha has developed consciousness, speech, and a loyalty to her unseen master, she is still very much a beast at heart. Hungry and driven by the screams of her prey, Rylotha is surprisingly soft-spoken. But don't let her quiet nature deceive you. She is cruel, merciless, and inhuman. Within her gigantic carapace beats the heart of a predator, toxic venom through her veins, and a curse that only makes her more and more of a monster with every passing victim. Her only joy, greater than primal instinct, is to please the whims of her master. Let's do it. I love creature voices. Here's the tricky part. Rylotha's voice isn't her own voice, but a voice composed of the consumed echoes of her past victims, with Fem presenting lean. To convey this, Rylotha's speech will mostly sound like whispers, with a preference to higher pitches and a consistent softness that can come off as tantalizingly curious at first, and horrifyingly creepy up close. A performer proficient in creature characters who is able to consistently perform a specific voice with creature habits would be ideal. Girly Q! Let's go! I love creature voices. Okay, I'm gonna give you the craziest shit here. I hope you're ready, Crystalla people. Here we go. If you ever watch this, hopefully you don't. But in case you ever do, let's look at the direction. So enticing, beckoning, encouraging new prey to come into her web. At a glance, maybe this is Ilaria. At least that's what she wants you to think, just for long enough. Oh, I think Ilaria was a name that was up here. So let's go make sure we're pronouncing that right. Yeah, it is Ilaria. Okay. Got it. Okay. So that's enticing and beckoning. Got it. The trap is sprung. Maybe Rylotha would feel guilty about tricking you if she was capable of. She's not even playing with her food. This is a natural order with a veneer of small talk. Got it. Almost pleasant, but not. Rylotha is a mindless predator that's learned how to talk, but not why. Consciousness detached from conscious. The closest she comes is reverence for her master. And the last one, the hunger's growing, ready to consume. Rylotha's predatory instincts are readying her to hunt, to fight, to kill. And at the end, she hopes to add your pretty echo to her collection of streams. Alright, guys. We're gonna do a creature voice here, so fair warning. Probably gonna take a couple shots at it, but we'll see what comes out.
Hello, sweet voice. Have you an echo to share. Come closer. Share your echo with Ilaria. Ilaria. I was told to say that name to lure you to me. My master whispers it to me. You come with another name on your lips, but mine is Rylotha. My master gave it to me. Master feeds me whispers, but I hunger for screams. Won't you scream for me, sweet voice? Hello, sweet voice. Have you an echo to share? Come closer. Share your echo with Ilaria. Ilaria. I was told to say that name to lure you to me. My master whispers it to me. You come with another name on your lips. But mine is Rylotha. My master gave it to me. Master feeds me whispers. But I hunger for screams. Won't you scream for me? A sweet voice.
Hell yeah. That's fun. Creepy indeed. That's what it's for. It's gotta be creepy. I'm actually, I think, gonna go second round of that. Because it's not creepy enough for me. If I'm gonna do a creature, I want it to be fucking hardcore. So I'm gonna take a sip. I'm gonna do that again. Because I can get more sounds in there. Easy. I know they want that first one like soft and enticing, but I might just go hard. So let's try this again. Here we go. Here we go. We're gonna really creature it up here. So prepare for some sounds.
Hello, sweet voice. Have you an echo to share? Come closer. Share your echo with Ilaria. Ilaria. I was told to say that name to lure you to me. My master whispers it to me. You come with another name on your lips. But mine is Rylotha. My master gave it to me. Master feeds me whispers, but I hunger for screams. Won't you scream for me? Sweet voice. Hello, sweet voice. Have you an echo to share? Come closer. Share your echo with Ilaria. Ilaria. I was told to say that name to lure you to me. My master whispers it to me. You come with another name on your lips, but mine is Rylotha. My master gave it to me. Master feeds me whispers, but I hunger for screams. Won't you scream for me? Sweet voice.
Nice. I think those are good. Second one's a little bit softer. And the first one's very like, damn, exit that room style of creature. So I think I like both of those takes. We'll use both of them. It's gonna be long as hell, but that's okay. I kind of like the pauses. And I also want to be careful not to cut anything because I might accidentally cut like a breath or a noise that I want to keep in there. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna denoise it, and if denoise takes out any noise sounds, then that's just the way of the world, I'm afraid. But it should keep them all because I was pretty loud. Let's see. Oops. Alright, so I'm gonna make these just a little closer. I think I'm not cutting anything if I do it like right there. And then this may or may not be one. Yeah, that one I can cut too. Okay, I'm not gonna get into these nitty gritties. Hopefully they'll actually listen to this whole thing. There's a lot of breaths in here that I debate on whether or not they need cut. The second one is a lot softer, so maybe I cut a few of these breaths in the second round. The first round I think we keep, because that was very like clicker from, whoa, clickers from The Last of Us style energy where it's like, ah. I love doing those voices. Fucking love creature noises. There's some that I can't quite do because they're just not within my vocal capabilities, or at least I have not been trained. But I love like zombie style creature voices because I love making the style noises. They're so much fun. And they don't hurt my throat or anything. Which is not usually the case. Because for a lot of folks, it can hurt your throat, and you gotta be careful about that. Okay, so this is already very quiet. How quiet are we? Actually, where are we at? Oh, we're in like the negative 20s. Ooh, we are quiet, huh? I don't know that I want to normalize it up, though. I kind of would rather have it be quiet because of the type of character it is than risk normalizing it up so high. I think I would rather just have them turn it up. I'm going to take the hope that they are willing to turn it up on their end. Because if here, I'll probably blast my eardrums. But I'll give it a shot. If I turn my headphones up higher, can I hear it? Yeah, if I turn it up to like 100, I can hear it. May not be what they want to do, but I might... I think my noise is okay. Yeah, the noise is probably fine. Okay. Alright. Because I didn't technically peek at the noise. I like just barely did not. Okay, this is Rylotha, because I know she said her name. Yeah, Rhylotha. Okay. Rhylotha. Oh, it's me, then character name. Shit. Okay, my name. Character name. Okay. Well, that would be one character that I would love to get to be. So we're gonna put fingers crossed and good energy out into the universe for that one. I would love to get to voice a creature. Oh my god, that would be so much fun. Might be the only one I get to audition for. Yeah, that's it. Okay. So, it's probably... When is this one due? Yeah, March 13th, so we can wait there. I'm gonna check... Oh, I gotta actually attach them in an email. Duh. My name is Reha Humaher. And I have my submission for Stella. Through this email. The character name was... it was Vita as well, I think was the other one. Hell is forever, whether you like it or not. Had your chance to behave better, now they boil in the pot. Levita, yeah, okay. Oh, shit. Okay, good. Levita and Rylotha. Oh my god, I almost sent it with my name misspelled. Holy Jesus Christ. For Levita and Rylotha. Including boopity boopity boo. Oh, shush. I'm so glad that they give you, like, here's how to actually spell that word you're trying to do. Thank God. I think Focusrite comes first. Focusrite, Scarlet, Solo. Whoops. Third gen. And or Focusrite, Scarlet. Shit. It's an 8i, I think. Focusrite. Is it an 8i6? Is that the one that I have? Yeah, it's an 8i6. Okay. HI6. I also have different types of microphone. I'm getting the what do they technically call it? Whoops. What is it technically called? Okay, but what is the name? I'm looking for the name. Shotgun microphone. Okay. Cardioid shotgun microphone. Okay. Reaper and isotope. Okay. I can provide a character and commercial real if requested. We'll just say character. Provide a character real if requested. No recording setup. Please let me know if you have any questions. I look forward to hearing from you. Thank you for this opportunity. Okay, now we attach. Yeah, they're gonna be sent as Google Drive links. I kind of figured that. They're pretty big. So, should be okay. Hell is forever, whether you like it or not. No use in trying to fight it until we kill you again. Cause hell is forever, whether you like it or not. They're boiling the pot. Well, hell is forever, whether we like it or not. Have a chance to behave better, so we boil in the pot. I'm just gonna double, triple check while I'm waiting for these to upload. And get out my Discord. Let me open that file back up. I do not want to be sending anything that is incorrect here. Wave or MP3. Okay, cool. Okay, dope. Then we're gonna send it. Send. Yep. Anyone with the link, I think is fine. Send. Okay. Alright. Let's see if there's any casting call club stuff that we want to do before I peace out for the night. Because it is getting late. Can I do any of these characters, or are these all boys? That's the question. Let's see. No. Okay. Cool. Oh, I feel like I have to sneeze. Nope, I think it's gone. Okay. Alright, I think I might peace out here. Because it is getting late for me. I can feel the wave of tired coming upon my soul. So, let me switch back to full cam. And I'll give my little outro. Saying goodbye and all that jazz. Alright, my friends. Thank you for joining me for stream today. I appreciate you. It's genuinely amazing to have folks to talk to in the chat. It really makes time fly by a lot faster. And I love having folks here for when I do my episodes. Thank you, Fox Daddy and Leah, for stopping in and saying hi. Thank you to my lurkers. You all are welcome, and I appreciate every single one of you for the things that you give me, and the fact that you stay and you watch and you have a fun time. So make sure you follow on all the platforms if you haven't. Oh, this is my necklace that fully popped off. I never even realized it happens. I will also say, if you are interested, join us this Wednesday, because remember, we do Wednesday streams now. Every Wednesday, 9 p.m. EST, we now have a new person who's going to join me for voice acting coaching. So we've got a new person this week. Make sure you hop in, show them some love, join us for coaching. And afterwards, I'll stay on and chat with you all once again, and probably do some more auditions. There will be at some point, if you subscribe to the Discord or you follow me on something like Instagram, there will be posts coming when my Patreon gets approved, so that's going to be awesome. Even if you can't subscribe yourself, feel free to share it, introduce people to our community and the content that we make. And that's everything. So thank you, Leah, thank you, Fox Daddy, thank you all my lurkers. And I hope to see you Wednesday at some point. I love chatting with you all. I hope you have a good night or a good day or whatever time zone you're in. And I'll see you Wednesday. Goodbye.